This is TJ Jones, the host of the State of the Saints podcast, and I want to let you know that the State of the Saints podcast is brought to you by Manscaped. Over 2 million men worldwide have joined the movement for all their below-the-waist needs. Engineers for the last 18 months have perfected the greatest hair trimmer ever created, the Lawnmower 3.0. The third-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology pioneered by Manscaped. You can choose the Lawnmower 3.0 as well as other items by going to manscaped.com, and you can also save 20% by using the promo code State of Saints. That's manscaped.com. Use the promo code State of Saints and save 20% on the Lawnmower 3.0 as well as other Manscaped items. That's manscaped.com.
Hey, what's going on, Who Dat Nation? It is yours truly, TJ Jones, the host of the State of the Saints podcast. And the day we've been looking for is finally here, Who Dat Nation. It is the 2021 NFL Draft, and it is the second annual State of the Saints podcast NFL Draft reaction show. And this is also episode number 700. That's right. Number 700 of the State of the Saints podcast. Unbelievable, man. Going into the fourth season, this is the 700th episode. And I want to say thank you all very much for checking out the State of the Saints podcast. And I am so excited to talk about the NFL Draft. This is what it's all about, folks. I mean, we've been talking. We've been analyzing. We've been overanalyzing. We've been underanalyzing. We've been thinking way too much. Now it's time for us to figure out and to see what the New Orleans Saints are going to do. All right. We're going to be taking phone calls, right? You're going to be able to chime in throughout the show. We're going to be having some special guests. Well, my big brother, EJ Jones, host of the Pick Six Blog World podcast, is going to slide on through. I also have some other people that I invited. They might slide on through. And if you feel like calling in, you're going to slide on through. But the draft is kicked off right now. As we already know it and expected, you know, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they took Trevor Lawrence. I mean, that's not a surprise to absolutely anybody. That's not a shock. Nobody really thought they were going to pick anybody else. As of right now, the Jets are on the board, and I'm excited to see what direction they're going to go in. I want anybody to tell me if y'all could actually hear this. If y'all can hear this. Tell me if y'all can hear this background noise. If you can't, just let me know. Do y'all hear any sound or anything like that? Do y'all hear ESPN commentators or anything like that? Somebody let me know. Okay. All right. Just trying to make sure, man. Don't want to be demonetized. Because you have that kind of stuff in the background. They demonetize you. They be trying to cut off your feed, all right? But as of right now, I want to bring in my big brother, host of the Pick Six Blog World podcast, Mr. EJ Jones. EJ, moving a fan out of the way to let everybody know that he's a Cardinals fan. What's going on, big bro, man? Glad that you can be here. Second annual State of the Saints podcast NFL Draft. The dog gets excited. I'm excited. You're excited. I mean, look, this is what it's all about, E. I mean, we've been talking ad nauseum, man, about what the New Orleans Saints are going to do. Want to get your take, man. I mean, this ain't your first rodeo. You're a big fan of the NFL draft. What are your thoughts about the NFL draft 2021?
I mean, seemed like it's going to plan, to be honest with you. The first pick with Trevor Lawrence, everybody knew that he was going to be the first pick. Probably since he graduated junior high school, everybody knew he was going to be the first pick in 2021 or 2022. You got Zach Wilson, second pick. So I think everybody knew about that looking at the draft. But I think they have a lot of unknowns. I mean, we don't know where Kyle Pitts going to go. We really don't know who the Saints going to do. I think they got word today that the Saints might move up to try to trade or whatever, but you don't know if somebody was blowing smoke with that. So you kind of got to just wait and see with a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm just excited, E, man. You know what it is, man. Like, we grew up in the same house. We grew up Saints fans. Win, lose, or draw, we rooted for the black and gold. But it's good to know that you're actually, looking at a team that's been successful over the last couple of years. And even though they had to lose some people due to some cap issues, they still have depth on this team. But let's go ahead and talk about some of the guys that we need to be looking at in this year's draft, E. I mean, cornerback is a primary concern. Sean Payton alluded to it a couple of days ago during a press conference, an interview rather. What route do you think the Saints need to look at? Are you looking at a corner? Are you looking at a linebacker? If so, who's on your radar?
I mean, well, as far as pick six blog world is concerned, I have the Saints taking a Micah Parsons. I think I told you about it earlier. I have them taking him at 28.
Right.
If they was to move up, I don't think you have to move up to take Micah Parsons. I think if they move up, they probably will wind up getting Fairley. I don't think they'll be able to move up to take Surtain, though. You'll have to move up in the top 10 for that. Yeah. But if they was to move up, they would probably have to take Fairley if they like the dude or whatever. Try to move up and get him, because I don't think he's going to be available at number 28.
Right. Well, any way it goes, it's going to be exciting. I'll say my pick to later. People that have been watching the show, they pretty much know where I'm going with it. But go ahead and look at some of the comments right now. Feel free, folks, to chime in. How you feeling right now? I mean, we know Trevor Lawrence is off the board. Right now, it looks like Zach Wilson, most likely. They're showing some highlights from him. The Jets pick is in right now. I don't know if I'm on a delay. I don't know. I'm actually streaming it right now, ESPN.com. So I don't know if I'm ahead or everybody knows. I know last year we had some issues with that, E. People knowing the pick before me. But but I mean, they're on the board right now. Let's see. I couldn't hear you on YouTube, TJ, but I caught you on Facebook. Who that? Okay, so I don't know if we was having some. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear EJ? Go ahead and give us a thumbs up, a yes. Let us know if you can hear us. All right, because it seems to me like people saying that maybe they're having like some issues hearing us. So I just want to make sure that they can. You're synced with the broadcast, TJ. Okay, all right. So everybody's saying they can hear me. Okay, everybody can hear you. So that's good, man. But right now, like I said, they're looking at the pick is in right now. We see Roger Goodell. He's going to the podium as of right now. And probably in a few minutes, man, I'm going to try to see if I can put it on a big TV instead of just looking at the camera. But the pick is in right now, E. Okay, so Zach Wilson from BYU goes to the New York Football Jets. E, your reaction on that? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I thought you.
Yeah, from what I heard, I mean, this been they picked like the whole time. I mean, they kind of fell in love with Zach Wilson. I don't have any problem with him going to the Jets, but my thing is about the Jets. I mean, who you gonna throw the ball to? Who gonna catch the? Who gonna run the ball out of the backfield? Who gonna block for this guy? So I think they got a lot of work to do with the Jets. I mean, you give away Le'Veon Bell. I mean, you giving away star players like Popeye give away chicken sandwiches or whatever. You gotta get some talent for this dude to play with. So I mean, you get a Zach Wilson, and the dude is good.
Yeah,
you surround him with the same kind of players that he had at BYU, the tall, lanky wide receivers who can run and catch the ball. That's built like tight ends, but they can run. Yeah, he would do good. But I mean, if you don't have any talent, wasting a draft pick.
Yeah. I'm actually looking right now. Some people saying that we're frozen on YouTube. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to check it out. Like I said, man, look, this is live reaction, man. Anytime you go live, anytime, some things, always have some technical difficulties. So I do apologize. We're actually working through it right now, trying to see if we can actually. Okay, well, it looked like a pretty good feed here. But Zach Wilson, man, I just feel like if you put this guy in a position to succeed, if you put some guys around him, most likely he'll be able to be successful. But my main concern is the Jets getting in their own way. We seen this a couple years ago with Mark Sanchez, man, never helped to develop him. And when you combine that in a bloodthirsty environment that is New York, you know what I'm saying? Like they're not very patient. When you combine that, man, it can kill a young kid's confidence really, really fast, man. So hopefully they got another pick in the first round coming up, man. So hopefully they can put some pieces around him, maybe another playmaking wide receiver to make him feel a little bit more comfortable. We'll see as the time go on as we get into the NFL draft. But as of right now, the draft is pretty much going the way that we anticipated. Trevor Lawrence, number 1, Zach Wilson, number 2. Let's go ahead and go to the comments. Corey Jackson here says, right, EJ, so he's definitely agreeing with you when it came to Zach Wilson. Shouts out to Slim South 504 says, who that, y'all? Saints need that cornerback. So people are advocating the Saints for, getting a quarterback there. Tyree says 49ers taking Lace, I bet. Okay, so we'll check it out. They're on the board right now. We'll soon find out. That team is cursed. I guess he's referring to the Jets. I think that's an understatement. TJ Skyzilla says, I wonder who the 49ers about to pick. That'll be interesting, who they're going to come up with. But let's go ahead and I'm going to open up the phone lines. And feel free to chime in, folks. Tell me what you all think about the NFL draft. I would love to hear from you all. If you want to donate to the State of the Saints podcast, you can donate through YouTube. You can also donate through Facebook, or you can donate through Cash App, man. Thank you to Cash App for the month of April, working with the State of the Saints podcast. You can donate using $ State of Saints, okay? So thank you all very much for your support. Thank you for being here tonight, all right? So we're going to go ahead, man. We're going to open up the lines. We got Chosen in here, man. Chosen, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's going on, bro?
Hey, nothing much, man. Man, glad to see you, man. Season is officially here.
Oh, wow.
Like to know what you think about this draft.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get.
Nah, it's fine, man. Yeah, like I said, we're just talking about the NFL draft. Just trying to see what you think about it. It is a party, man. So we're gonna go ahead and add. We're gonna add Keen Arthur in that thing too, man. Keen Arthur, what's going on, man?
Having the technical difficulties on my behalf.
Yeah, man. So
fan getting some showtime.
Yeah, man. Hey, hashtag fan love is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Big Saints fan, big fan in the background. And we're all big Saints fans, man.
Yeah, I'm a bad man. I can't really hear nobody. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I can't hear.
We definitely can hear you, Chosen. Okay,
let's see how I can do this.
Okay, yeah, we definitely can hear you, Chosen. So we can go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and take him off the screen until he get his audio straight. Let me move over a little bit, be in the camera view. Keen Arthur, how you doing, man? Glad to see you, man. We'd like to know what you think about this draft right now, man. What do you think about it? What you think so far? Pretty much as predicted, right?
That's what I thought 24 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to ask y'all this, bro. I've been seeing reports that the Saints are aggressively trying to move up into the top 10, most specifically in front of Tennessee.
Right.
If we gonna do that, we know we got to give up a lot of draft capital. So who y'all think we going after? We trying to jump into the top 10?
I'll let you go ahead and start, man. What you think?
I'm thinking this is probably gonna be a cornerback or something like that. I really don't see the Saints drafting no quarterback or nothing like that. I ain't gonna lie, I like Justin Fields, but I don't see them doing that. If they was gonna move up, I see them getting one of these cornerbacks. Either they'll get Surtain or they'll get Jaycee Horn or Farley. Most likely Farley, though.
Okay, I heard them corners got some injury concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at
Surtain does.
Yeah, when you look at Caleb Farley, man, anytime you're dealing with a back issue, that's always a concern because a back issue is something that is not going to heal, man. It's just something that you're going to have to deal with throughout your career. And anytime you're dealing with a back, especially when you're playing such a physical sport, always going to raise a couple red flags. But this guy has a lot of upside. I can understand the excitement. We seen what a secondary coach like Chris Rashod did with guys of great size like Cam Chancellor, like Byron Maxwell, like Richard Sherman out there in Seattle. So I can see the Saints trying to get that type of guy to try to replicate some of the success that Chris Rashod had with some of those guys in Seattle. But Chosen, what do you think about that, man? Moving up to the top 10. I know you mentioned that earlier today through an email to me, man. What you think?
Yeah, man. Y'all can hear me? Everything good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, man. Sorry about that. But yeah, man. I feel like the Saints definitely need to go in a secondary direction. I feel like offensively they don't need to get anything. There was talks, at work, just chatting with the guys. They was thinking that maybe they can get that top 10 pick. Maybe Marshall or maybe something like that. I'm not sold on that. Not to take nothing from those guys, but I feel like offensively we straight. Let Jameis do what he's gonna do with the guys that's there. And I feel like defensively we really need Surtain would be nice, but I don't think that we probably will be able to get him. I still feel like in order for us to get Surtain, we would probably at least need 8 or 9 at best. I think I think Dallas got him going round 9 pick, 10th pick, something like that. So if they get that 10th pick, man, I think they just need to go ahead and solidify their position with Farley or Harley or one of these other corners. There's so many to keep up with, but I think they really need to get one of these corners or a linebacker, man. I feel like they need to stick to the game plan, and I don't think they need to get greedy or they need to
Chosen, 1 second, man. Roger Goodell at the podium. 49ers are up right here. The pick is in.
The 49ers took Trey Lance instead of Mac Jones.
Okay, so they selected Trey Lance. Okay, so that's the shocker. That's the
they
shocker
took Trey
of
Lance
right
instead
there.
of Mac Jones.
Yeah, so that's probably the biggest shocker right there, picking Trey Lance. 49ers, a lot of people thought they were going to pick Mac Jones in that, man. So what do y'all think about that? Is that a shock or you think it's a good pick? What are y'all thinking right now, man?
Based off all the reports I've seen, you would have thought Mac Jones would have been a lock for them, just like Trevor Lawrence was a lock for Jaguars.
Man,
I mean, on my mock draft that I did have Trey Lance going 3 to San Francisco. I was kind of throwing it up between Justin Trey Lance, and I just picked Trey Lance. I don't know what's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, you bring a team to the Super Bowl, you don't win.
Man,
but I mean, I guess injuries. I guess.
Thank you.
You're right.
Anytime you got your starting quarterback only throwing 7 passes in the whole game, you know what's going on.
Yeah,
you can't make the club in the tub.
You can't. Jimmy Garoppolo got carried to that Super Bowl, man. Look, we not even gonna sit up here and act like the dude arm strength and his talent got him there. The dude got carried like how them dudes say when they playing 2K. Man, I carried you, man. Like the dude got carried to the Super Bowl, and when they needed to depend on him the most, his true color showed up. I mean, back up at best. In my book, back up at best, but yeah, Jimmy G definitely. I know.
Yeah, Tyrese, you can check the NFL draft out on ESPN and also on the NFL Network. So,
but yeah, man,
you have it out. It's the others.
Somebody.
The first 3 picks was Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance. Ooh.
All right. Them Falcons. I think the Falcons are up next, right?
Oh Lord.
I think this pick will hurt some feelings because I think this is I ain't gonna say who I think they're gonna pick. Be somebody that I think which the Saints which they could have had. I think
they can't draft them. They can't draft the owner, can they?
Nah, they definitely cannot. Hey man,
what do y'all think Atlanta about the pick?
I think
they trying to get rid of Julio.
They are.
That's interesting, man.
If they, go ahead, TJ.
I was just saying that's interesting, man. if they end up like getting like Kyle Pitts or something like that.
Right.
They love themselves offensive
I
players.
don't know
So
what happened, dude. You were driving but keeping up.
I don't know, man.
kinda think-
We gonna check it out and see.
I kind of think they're gonna grab Surtain right here. I think that might be a crazy pick, but I think that's
You
what's
think
going to happen.
Atlanta gonna take a
No, it
cornerback?
wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. That would be the right pick.
They
It
defense sucks, so I mean, if anything, they need defense.
Let them up.
Also,
Anytime you let Taysom Hill look like a Hall of Fame. And no disrespect to my dog Taysom, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. I
If
mean,
they-
look, I don't know, man, but they never do what they're supposed to do. But Terry Fontenot is there now, so maybe they might go in that direction. I'm not sure, but a Falcon going Falcon. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I look at it.
For sure.
Falcon.
If they got a deal in place that they not ready to announce for Julio, if they have a deal in place, I can see them picking up maybe like still in the chase or getting the pits. I feel like that if they already got a deal in place. But if they winging it, I think they're gonna stick to the draft plan. I think everybody got a game plan going into the draft, but like you say, you don't know who gonna take what, and now you got to play catch up. But so that's what I like about the Saints, man. We have plan B's, plan C's. Well, at least I think we do, but you know what I'm saying.
Right. Well, it seems that way, man. Hey,
Right.
man, I want to say thank you to y'all, man. We got a couple more people on the line, King Arthur and Chosen.
Thank y'all, man.
Feel free to check back later on in
Hey,
during
TJ,
the
let me
draft.
ask you one thing before you get
Good
up out of
to hear
here,
from
bro.
you again, man.
Let me ask you one thing before you get up out of here, bro. What you think
Uh-huh.
about that video I tagged you in, bro, with the art game?
About the what now? I'm sorry.
Remember I tagged you in that video with the art games and told you we
Oh,
got
yeah,
a
man.
something to adjust it?
Yeah, man, that's good stuff right there, man. I definitely checked it out. I think that's a great concept. Yeah, before you go, man, just let everybody know about it. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody know. I know my brother, who he's the artist, man. Like he paints, he does all different type of murals and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all artists, man.
Okay, you did. But yeah, man, my company,
Yeah,
I make
yes,
large
sir.
scale art games, bro. And then as you play, the games make artwork. And that artwork teaches
Okay.
true history based on things that we choose.
Okay.
So this ain't no sip and paint, man. We got an event in May, on May 29th called Art of War, where we're gonna honor people who served in the military and who are currently serving.
Okay.
Hey, King Arthur, real quick, man. If you
It's gonna be
ever
right here in
need,
Augusta.
if you
So
ever
y'all-
need,
y'all shouldn't be too far away.
shout out, man. Hey, respect. Hey, bro, if you ever need like a stick man, a stick man Picasso, I got you, bro. Like, I ain't no artist, but if you need a stick man, I'm the best in Baton Rouge, baby. Holla at your
stick
boy.
man?
A stick man, I'm the best stick man there is. I got you. Man, y'all have a good drive.
Hey,
TJ,
man, look.
I'm looking for a meme this year. I want a meme this year, TJ.
Hey, man. If they don't give me one, man, hopefully they won't. You know what I'm saying? But
Hey,
Joe,
man, y'all go to www.fixitart.com, man, and get y'all tickets, bro.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
www.fixitart.com, going down in Augusta, Georgia, correct?
Yes, sir.
In Augusta, Georgia, man. Make sure you check it out. Also, man, y'all can get one of those shirts. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to get one also. You know what I'm saying? I know you got some shirts out there. Y'all make sure that y'all purchase and support King Arthur, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Chosen, thank you so much, man. Enjoy the draft, man.
Yes, sir.
Look forward to speaking with y'all again throughout this season, man.
All right.
All right,
Same to y'all, man.
Thank y'all. All right.
All right, man. Shouts out to
Falcons
those
got
brothers,
their-
man.
Falcons got their pick in.
Okay, so the pick is in. We're gonna see what they come up with. You know what I'm saying? Then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to Jared Porter Jr. after we see what they got cooking up. Let's go ahead and start with Saints. Man says, I'm hoping we get Zaven Collins. I would rather have a potential Hall of Fame linebacker than a cornerback. Well, look, if you can get Zaven Collins, you get him. If you can get a cornerback, you know, you get that. But if Zaven Collins off the board, you definitely get a cornerback. That's the only guy I feel is worth you getting at the linebacker position. But the commissioner, that's the podium. So see what the Falcons got.
Now, what if this a curveball and they pick up somebody like Justin Fields? Just throwing that out there. Wouldn't that be something?
They got Kyle Pitts. So once again, a Falcon is going to Falcon. The Falcons did not get a wide receiver. They did not get a quarterback. They got exactly what everybody knew what they was going to get. They got Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead, move on to the OG of the State of the Saints podcast. We got Jared Poor Jr. on the line. Jared, what's going on, man? Jared's so excited to be he froze up, man. So Jared, we're gonna let you get your reception back in order, man, and then we're gonna bring you back on the show. We're gonna move on, man. Got a supporter of State of Saints podcast. We got Sanchez on the line. Sanchez,
man,
what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
TJ, EJ, how y'all fellas doing, man?
Man, we doing all right, man. We looking to be excited, happy that the Saints made a move that they needed to make. But as of right now, man, the Falcons, they just selected Kyle Pitts, the most recent pick, man. What are your thoughts? The rival team going with a lot of people saying it's possibly an all-world transcendent type tight end. Your thoughts?
Man, honestly, not to step on your toes, but a Falcon gone Falcon. I was literally just on the phone with my cousin an hour before the draft started, and the Falcon came up in conversation. And he said, we both said it wouldn't. They're gonna go offense, bro. It's offense, and if it's not Kyle Pitts, that would be the shock. Yep. If they go offense and it's not Kyle Pitts, I would be surprised. If they go defense, I would be thoroughly surprised. But man, it don't surprise me. So on to the next pick, honestly. What the Bengals got?
Yeah, I just feel like, okay, I'm not mad at the pick. The dude is supposed to be everything that they, and more. He's supposed to be that transcendent type tight end. I understand, but I don't understand. I mean, they struggled last year. They couldn't stop a nosebleed defensively. You know what I'm saying? And you would think that they would try to get, a cornerback or get themselves a pass rush. I mean, they have whiffed year after year after year in the first round on pass rush. Tag McKinley, right? Vic Beasley. Yep. I mean, you would think that they'll try to get somebody that can be their Cameron Jordan. You know what I'm saying? That can be their Will Smith. To be that cornerstone player on the defensive line. But once again, the Falcons going Falcon. I have no problem with it at all because we all know we play them twice a year. So do y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, I bow to y'all. Keep on doing that. Keep on trying to get every offensive player that y'all can to throw the football, only to not be able to stop nobody on the defensive side of the ball. So, you had anything else for me, Sanchez? Anything else, man? What you think about the NFL draft so far? What you looking for with the Saints?
Honestly, from the Saints, man, 28th pick, you won me over, which is Zaven Collins takes. Just having a instinctual linebacker to pair up with Demario Davis so you can take a huge load off his shoulders. He's getting older. I know we re-signed him for a few more years, but we got to realize he's getting older. He's the heart and soul of the team, one of the hearts and soul of the team. So it'll be lovely to get some help. But due to recent events with Rashawn Slater, it would make more sense to go deep into the secondary and get that corner that can possibly hold it down for 3 to 4 games, the first month of the season. And I just don't want us to be overly aggressive. If that's my only wish. If as long as we chill, like you said earlier yesterday in your podcast, if we want to trade up, how many spots are we trading up? What are we talking?
Exactly.
Can we get any specifics to it? If we trading up 2-3 spots, okay, cool. All that trading up to the 10th spot that I read earlier today. All right, you want to hear out the other. I ain't even trying to hear it. So hey man, as long as we do what we do.
Yeah, I ain't feeling that either, man. I'm definitely not. But Sanchez, man, thank you for your take. I 100% agree with you. Definitely need that cornerstone transcendent type linebacker. Zaven Collins there, in my opinion, you need to grab him. Cornerback, if a cornerback is there, if Zaven Collins is going, you definitely got to get that too. But Sanchez, man, thank you so much. Enjoy the draft, brother. Look forward to speaking with you down the line, man.
Yes, sir. Happy 700, man. Y'all take it easy.
Man. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for being here too.
Yes,
take care. Yeah, man. Shouts out to him, man. Man, this is episode number 700, dude. 700. We've had 700 episodes of State of the Saints podcast, and ironic, like it lands on the NFL draft, man. It's unbelievable, man. But he got his reception together, man. He got his connection straight. We're gonna go to the OG. of the State of the Saints podcast, Mr. Jerry Poor Jr. Jerry, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Jones brothers? Let's try this one more time.
Yeah, man. Look, we got you, man. You froze up on us. We know you was overcome with excitement. You froze up. I thought the Saints moved up to get offensive tackle. You know what I'm saying? Like the way you froze up, I was like, "There's something that happened."
I'm glad it did. I'm glad it didn't happen. But TJ, I want to say this, and I've said this in the past. After that last pick, that the Falcons just picked.
Right.
There's a whole saying. A bird. What's that? You know what I'm trying to say, TJ.
Birds of a feather flock together.
That's it.
A falcon gone falcon. I say a falcon gone falcon. I might get some shirts made coming soon.
Hashtag.
Hey, matter of fact, we got 117 people watching this right now. And thank you, all 117 of you. Hashtag, if you got Twitter, a falcon gone falcon. Okay? Hashtag Falcon gone falcon. Let's go ahead and get this thing started. I'm starting it right now. I got my phone in my hand right now. I'm gonna put it on Twitter. Follow me at State of Saints. Hashtag the Falcon gone Falcon. Okay? If you don't have Twitter, go to your Facebook page. Hashtag a Falcon gone Falcon. There it is. There it is. Right now. Go ahead for all the people that's live in the chat. Put it in solidarity. Hashtag a Falcon gone Falcon. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Everybody right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody right now.
TJ, here's what they need to put on. Hashtag what we have here is a failcon to communicate. Let that be the hashtag right there.
Oh man, this is hey, we need to get that started, man. Shouts, man, I got to, man. We gotta look at the chat, man. Shouts out to my very first roommate right here, man. I gotta give a shout out to my guy Julius Barksdale, man. Shouts out to you, Jude. Thank you for being here. That's my very first roommate. You know what I'm saying? I used to take his noodles out his bottom drawer. You know what I'm saying? He used to take me home when I ain't had no car. With my sophomore year at Jackson State. Shouts out to my guy Julius, man, for being here. Also, man, we got a new member. A new supporter of State of Saints podcast, Empty Minded Gaming. Thank you so much for becoming a supporter. And like always, we got Ghostface Griller in the building, the $20 donation saying, do that, TJ and E. Thank y'all so much, man. Hashtag a Falcon gone Falcon. That's what I want to see. That's what I want.
What we have here is a failcon to communicate.
Hey, that's another shirt, a falcon to communicate. I'm gonna make that shirt and I'm gonna send it right to you. Okay, I'm gonna make that shirt and send it right to Jerry. Jerry's the first person that's gonna embrace that shirt on his body. But we got the pick in by Roger Goodell. The Bengals select Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is the first wide receiver to leave and come on the board, man. You can tell by the way that he's dressed right now. He got a phone call before this draft even started. I mean, come on, man. Yep. You got the orange handkerchief in your pocket with the cream. Come on, man. Can we stop pretending like some of these guys don't know that they're about to get drafted by? Can we stop this? Like these teams ain't been communicating with these guys, especially like if you're a top 5, top 10 pick. Come on, man, give me a break.
I called this one. I feel like I called this one. Obviously, I mean, you didn't have to read too much into this one. He played at LSU with Joe Burrow. I mean, he was the top receiver with LSU. Obviously they got a rapport. You want to put somebody else with Tyler Boyd. So, I mean, this wasn't much of a mystery either in my book.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a surprise, and it's well deserved. Jamar Chase, even though he missed an entire year at LSU, he was the best wide receiver on the field every time he played back in that magical season where they won the national championship. So that's absolutely not a surprise. Jerry, what do you think about Jamar Chase going to the Bengals, man?
Yeah, that's a good move on Cincinnati.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hey,
But TJ,
and,
I want to say this to you, brother.
Anna says,
Shout out to
hashtag
Hey,
Falcons to
hey,
communicate.
I love
There
you.
it is.
That's my good friend right there. Shout out to Miss Anna Marie Millett, man. That's a true diehard Saints fan. That's my buddy right there. I love her so much. But TJ, I want to say this to you, brother. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations on 700 episodes.
Man,
of the
crazy,
State
man.
Podcast.
Hey, thank you, man.
God bless you, man. I didn't think you
man.
were gonna make it this far.
Man, hey, look, it's your 700 too, man. You've been watching this since the first episode, man, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, episode number 1. You know what I'm saying? Like you've been here since the beginning, man, and I appreciate that. You know, and I thank you for being here too, man. Talk about the NFL draft, and man, I look forward, you know what I'm saying, to hearing from you, man. When the Saints pick, man. Hopefully, you know, it's not too soon. You know, I don't want to see that, but when they do make the pick, man, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, I can hear back from you.
Yeah, don't. That's no question about it, TJ. I will be back after hopefully the Saints don't do like last year, because like I said in the chat, I will scream my butt off if they pick another offensive line. I'm gonna go. Y'all gonna have to come do something to me.
Well, hopefully we don't have to, man. Hopefully we don't have to. Hopefully they get a cornerback or a linebacker like they should. But Jerry, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you for being here on State of the Saints podcast. And like I said, man, if you see the Saints pick and you want to call back, feel free to do so, brother.
I will do that. And also, before I leave, shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Who that to everybody out there. Hope everybody is doing well and watching the draft like we are. I love each and every one of y'all. Ain't nothing y'all can do about it. And like I was telling TJ, I will be back. So you will hear me again.
Yeah, definitely, man. Looking forward to hearing from you, Jared Porter, OG of the State of the Saints podcast. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, man. Take care. Man, that's the OG right there, man. Been holding it down. I don't care what I'm doing, E. Like, I don't care what podcast venture I'm doing. I can always count on Jerry taking a look at it, man. He definitely be holding it down for the State of the Saints podcast, SOTS podcast. But E, I mean, pretty much expected, for the exception of the Trey Lance pick, man. It's pretty much what everybody expected. I mean, we see the Dolphins right now. The pick is in. Like I said, some people televisions may be a little bit further ahead than most, but you look at the Dolphins, E, there's a lot of issues with Tua Tagovailoa, man. A lot of people not buying into what Tua is doing. Like a lot of people aren't buying into the player that Tua is. What do you think about them possibly drafting a quarterback? Do you think that's possible, or maybe they try to build around him by drafting another position, maybe offensive line?
I mean, you got to look at it like this. Miami was probably an eye blink away from making the playoff. They was 10-6 last year. And in all accounts, they probably should have made the playoff. So, I mean, you be patient. You build around Tua Tagovailoa. And I'm thinking they should probably get a running back or something like that. But that's way too high probably in a lot of people's eyes to get a running back. So right here, you get some more weapons to put around Grant, to put around Parker. And I think you pull a trigger on a wide receiver right here, because that defense is pretty good. So you get you a wide receiver or somebody that's a difference maker or whatever on the offensive side of the ball. So I'm thinking you get you a wide receiver out of Alabama. I mean, I'll let them pick which one. I mean, it's 2 of them. So I think it's one of those picks.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Waddle going there. His speed, the electricity that he has as a wide receiver, I can see him. Deontay Smith, I can also see him out there. But I think Jalen Waddle is the choice. I think you have like a finesse guy in Devontae Parker. You know what I'm saying? I think they need that speedy, take the top off the defense type guy. I think Jalen Waddle would be the most likely choice here for the Dolphins if I was picking. But I don't know what they're gonna do. Right now, I apologize. I'm turning the other way. I'm actually trying to download the ESPN app. I'm trying to do it.
I'm doing the same. I keep doing this.
Yeah, so I apologize, folks. But let's go ahead and look at some of the comments. I didn't neglect anybody. Tyrell, supporter of the State of the Saints podcast via Facebook, says all that defense and no O-line. Exactly. Okay, Roger Goodell's pick is in right now. 6th pick, 2021 NFL Draft. The Dolphins select Jaylen Waddle. Okay, so Jaylen Waddle, was the pick for the Miami Dolphins. So not a surprise, not a surprise at all. Not a surprise that Jaylen Waddle is one of the first wide receivers to go off the board. Like I said, man, his ability to take the top off the defense, his ability to help out in the special teams category. We've seen what he did on special teams at Alabama. I think this is a likely choice, right? So, yeah, we're going to go to Kim. Kim says Waddle. Okay, so Julian also says it's Jaylen Waddle.
I had them picking another receiver out of Alabama.
Are you talking about Devontae Smith? I would have picked Devontae Smith if they didn't have Devontae Parker. Like, a lot of people are looking at Devontae Smith's size, but he's a crisp route runner, and he's a finesse route runner, and he's kind of similar to that of a Devontae Parker. Devontae Parker is a good route runner, not the fastest wide receiver in the world. So if you get a guy that complements him, a guy that can take the top off the defense, and like I said, can help out in the special teams, I think that is a very good pick. Great selection for the Miami Dolphins, man. And also it gives to a little familiarity, right? Because you actually played with Jaylen Waddle. So they have themselves a little bit of chemistry there from the time they played at Alabama. So a familiar face inside of the locker room for Tua Tagovailoa. So I think that's a good pick all around. We're going to go to Julie. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to read.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, all of the wide receivers I target are off the draft board now. Okay. I mean, look, Jules, you're a Ravens fan, so I can't believe you would think that you would get any of these guys. Y'all pick it in the top 20. So I don't think that you would have got any of these guys unless the Baltimore Ravens try to move heaven and earth to try to move up. The Lions pick is in. When you start seeing like these top 10 picks, these teams already pretty much know how the draft is going to be going, man. So that's why you see like a little quick, a little quick run through. They know probably this guy's going to be going, this guy's going to be going based on the prognosticators, based on, their draft boards. So you're starting to see like a little bit of a speedy pace, man. What do you think about the NFL draft so far, man? We're into pick number 7. And we're about a little bit, I'd say they probably started about 8:15, 8:16. So about 45 minutes, man. So what do you think about the draft so far?
No surprise. You remember it used to be 15 minutes you had for each draft. Now they cut that time down, but a lot of these teams know exactly what they want to do.
Right.
That's why the time is going faster than I guess we haven't had any trades either. That's what make the drafts long too. When you start getting trades, teams leapfrogging each other and stuff like that. So when we hadn't had any of that. So Jaylen Waddle was just hugging Devontae Smith. So I'm thinking that he's going to be next with the Lions taking this pick. So I think they're probably going to go back to back behind each other because these draft picks usually cluster with the same positions being taken back to back. But I think Devontae Smith's probably going to be your next pick for this.
Well, if he is, it's well deserved. Like I said, you lose somebody like Kenny Golladay. He goes to the New York Giants. Kenny Golladay was a very special football player, and he's getting an opportunity to go somewhere where he can get paid and also have a bigger profile. And there's going to be a huge void. So hopefully, if Devontae Smith, if what you're saying and what you're indicating is correct, I think that'll be a good replacement. You can even make an argument to say a lot of people would consider that a step up, from even that of Kenny Golladay. Mario Berner says Goodell got the bro hug down. Look, I don't know when it started. It probably started I want to say Von Miller was the first person to hug me. And the rest is history, man. So I want to say back in 2011, John Doe says y'all gave up a future of one for Marcus Davenport, push the chips in and go to get Fields. Well, look, I think it's a little bit different now. You don't have the depth. And Mario's giving a shout out to Anna. But back to John Doe, you don't have the same type of depth that you had when you had Davenport. You still had guys like Trey Hendrickson. You still had guys like Cam Jordan still starting to come into their prime. So it was no harm, no foul. The Saints have to think differently this time around. You got to think differently now because you don't have the same depth. You're playing behind the 8 ball because of the salary cap. You have to deal with a lot of the cap casualties, so you have to let a lot of talent go. So I don't think the Saints can afford to make some of those type of aggressive decisions because these decisions now, can really set the team back.
Yep. And they just kind of have to fight out of salary cap hell or whatever, and they had lost some players, so they margin for error is like real small.
Yeah, very, very. I mean, that's probably an understatement of the decade right there. You know what I'm saying? Their margin for error is extremely small, like you said, and hopefully they make the right decisions, man. Look, we seen that they can do it back in 2017. They wasn't too aggressive, and they were able to get a lot of these players that we see now could be possible cornerstone players for the team. So if the Saints do their due diligence, I think they'll be just fine. I don't have an issue with that. Tyra says, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, wide receiver for the Lions." Okay, so Tyra is saying that most likely they want to go wide receiver here. The pick is in right now. I'm watching it on ESPN. Still feel funny to see Mike Greenberg actually heading up this whole NFL draft. Makes you miss Chris Berman.
I thought that was kind of odd. Yeah, that was kind of odd too. I'm usually Chris. I was looking for Chris Berman. I'm like,
yeah, man, it's crazy, right?
It'd be good to have him. Yep.
Yeah. Chris Berman. Look, it just feels like the draft. And Mike Greenberg is one of my favorite commentators, no doubt about that. But it's just weird to see him heading up this. But the Lion pick is in right now. Okay, what do the Lions got? Penei Sewell. Okay, wow. So they decided to get the best offensive lineman in the NFL draft, man. And Penei Sewell out of Oregon, So a little bit of a shocker there, man. But it seems like to me like they're trying to protect and trying to keep up Jared Goff here, right?
That's exactly what it seems like. I'm not going to fault somebody for getting the offensive lineman when you got a new regime, man. You got Dan Campbell coming in as the head coach. So I'm not going to fault somebody for going in. That's how you build the team. You want to build a team, you build it from the offense and defensive line out. So I'm not going to fault him for that. And Penei Sewell, if he would have came out last year, you're talking about probably a top 3 pick. This dude was like a high prospect last year when he was thinking about being in the draft. But this year with all the quarterbacks, with all the wide receivers and everything, that's why he's down to the 7th pick in this year's draft. So, but I'm not mad at the Lions for this pick. It's a pick that makes sense.
Yeah, and another thing too, man, you know what this is telling me right here? That the Lions wants to change the identity. They want to be a tough football team. And how you become a tough football team, is you start putting emphasis on the run. I think that this might be the little seeds that's going to be sown in place for them to try to finally get that running attack that they never had. Like they've been whiffing on picks from everywhere from Javid Best. You know what I'm saying? Like they tried to get Calvin Smith out of UCF, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. But UCF ran them pretty much into the ground. You know what I'm saying? They had Reggie Bush for a brief stint after he left the Miami Dolphins and the New Orleans Saints. So for years, the Detroit Lions have always tried to get that bell cow back. And they got guys like LeGarrette Blount and everything like that, but they never had a guy that they can actually call their own. And maybe Dan Campbell coming there to the Detroit Lions will actually be able to set a tone. We seen him talking in his press conference, talking about he wanted a tough, gritty football team. And how do you become a tough, gritty football team, is that you start to put emphasis in the trenches. And I think that they're going to try to get themselves a running back in their draft, rather it's Travis Etienne or one of those bell cow backs that can be later on in the draft. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I feel like they're probably going to go in that direction. I think this offensive line pick pretty much confirmed it for me. All right, but we got to think about this Dan Campbell. All right. Now go ahead, E. Go ahead, E.
I said you got to think about Dan Campbell come from the Saints. If nobody know about offensive linemen, even though he didn't coach the offensive line, he know about the offensive line, being a tight ends coach for the Saints. So you already know. And the Lions, let's be real, they've been playing like kittens for the last 20 years. You talking about all the draft picks that they whiffed on. I could bring up Joey Harrington. I could bring up with Charles Robinson. The list goes like on and on or whatever. And don't forget, they was one of the last teams to go 0-16 in the season. And that's just the last 10 years of the Lions or whatever. So, I mean, they do need to get physical.
Chris says, Loomis is smashing the phone right now. I guess apparently because of the whole offensive line thing, right? So everybody think that the Saints are looking at the offensive line, especially since last year. Seemed like the Saints always want to get offensive line, excuse me, in the first round. So I don't look if they get an offensive line in the first round, like that would shock the hell out of me. It would. Alpha Sports says Panthers will pick Devontae Smith. Well, Alpha Sports, wouldn't surprise me at all, man. I mean, look, they want to throw the football, man. They want that identity to be to air it out, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they get somebody like Devontae Smith. Me personally. You already got a guy that's a little bit small in stature in Robbie Anderson. You know what I'm saying? I guess you still have DJ Moore, a guy that gives you a little bit more size. But I don't know, man. It wouldn't be a bad pick. I mean, this guy is a really good route runner. You know, like he's a guy that a lot of people are putting in that Jerry Rice category when it comes to his route running. So that would be a good pick for the Panthers. And unlike the Falcons, the Panthers actually are pretty good when it comes to the draft, man. Tyree says, I hope the Panthers don't get Surtain. Who knows? I mean, the way this draft is going right now, you know what I'm saying? Those guys are sliding. And I have to say, I'm very excited about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we haven't seen a cornerback come off the board just yet. So the more draft picks come, you know what I'm saying, the better chance the Saints have at getting a guy that they want without even having to move, right?
For sure. I mean, you're looking at this draft board. I mean, you look at all these teams. I think this first round will be offense heavy. I mean, they got 32 teams. I'm probably expecting over 23 or 24 teams to get somebody on offense, if not more than that. So besides cornerback, I mean, what are the position that the best available when it comes to defensive players? I mean, there's defensive ends, but they're really not within the top 25. A lot of those teams going to try to get these players like towards the late first, early second round or whatever. So it's going as planned as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's heavy on the offense. Everybody's thinking about offense. That's not to say they're not thinking about defense, but the offense is taking over the majority, I think.
Yeah. All right, so Julius asks, he said, who are the top running backs coming out this year? Well, we know about Najee Harris, right? Najee Harris is one. He's probably the top guy. You have Williams out of North Carolina. You have Travis Etienne out of Clemson. Those are the three guys that a lot of people have on their radar as being one of those top guys that can start right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So those are probably the top picks right now, but there's a lot of good running backs in the draft that you can get late. So let's see what we got here. The Carolina Panthers, they have selected. Okay, so Jaycee Horn. Okay, Jaycee Horn from South Carolina. So he ain't got to go far. You know,
I've been a car go a few hours. Huh?
Yeah. So everybody get up, go crazy. Joe Horn still sitting on the couch because he know his son got to go up against the Saints twice a year. How crazy is that, right? So Joe Horn, you know what I'm saying, son is now playing for a team that he had to play twice a year, man, back in the day when he played. So, so I mean, that's a good pick for the Carolina Panthers, man. You got Dante Jackson on one side, you got Jaycee Horn on the other, man. So it seemed like to me they're trying to build themselves a formidable defense. I mean, this is a team last year continuing the trend. You know what I'm saying? Like they were the first team in NFL history to go all defense last year in the NFL draft. And now they're continuing the tradition right now, and they get themselves another defensive player. So it seems like to me the Panthers are trying to find an identity, and that identity is being a good defensive team.
I mean, if you can't defend in a division, they got Michael Thomas, they got Tom Brady, Mike Evans, and now the Falcons got Kyle Pitts, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Christian McCaffrey. I mean, if you can't defend in this division, I mean, you're in some trouble. That's why a lot of us question that Atlanta Falcons move to get Kyle Pitts. You already have offensive weapons. Now, why not go to the defense? But like you said, and there's JP so eloquently put it, failure, a Falcon to communicate. Falcon is going to be a Falcon, pretty much.
Falcon, man. Well, Jaycee Horn is off the board. It's unfortunate that we're going to have to see him play the Saints twice a year, but it is what it is, man. Now the Saints, they're going to have to be able to, do something to be able to, contain a guy. I mean, we haven't seen this guy play in the NFL just yet, but I mean, all his talent and his skill set tells you he's going to be that lockdown corner. So it's good that Michael Thomas flexing in a mirror, getting his DK Metcalf on, you know what I'm saying? Because he's going to need that strength to be able to go up against a guy like Jaycee Horn, who I feel like kind of resembles that of a Rashawn Lattimore. But Keen Arthur says, fellas, what linebacker or wide receiver do you see falling to us at 28? Well, I don't know about the wide receiver. I think that I'm not too concerned about wide receivers because this draft, they have some pretty good ones. You can get them late, you can get them early.
That's a deep position. That's a deep position this year.
Yeah.
I think wide receiver is a deep position. I think defense, which you're going to see in the second round, that's a deep position. Right. But everything else, the quarterback, obviously everybody going crazy over the quarterbacks and the wide receiver, but I think defense is deep in the later rounds. That's why you probably won't see a lot of defensive people being taken in the first round.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, like everybody wants to go offense, like a lot of people, they understand like offense, is the wave right now, and if you're not able to go to toe-to-toe with some of the best quarterbacks in the league, some of these offensive-minded teams, you're not going to win a lot of games. And it's good to have defense, no doubt about it. But it's going to come a time you're going to have to be in them shootouts, and you want to make sure that you have yourself a gunslinger and also some dynamic players to be able to counteract some of the talent that's going to come your way in the NFL. So we're going to go to Alpha Sports. Panthers needed an O-line. Well, I think they just try to continue the trend defensively. He was just picked by the Panthers. Yes, Tyra. Yeah, like I said, we're going to play him twice a year. Archangel says, go Falcons, baby. Kyle Pitts, baby. Yeah, congratulations to you, man. Picking yet again something that y'all don't need. Keen Arthur says, Jaycee Horn got to deal with Mike T, Harris, and that speech to McCleskey and Traquan. Ask me, am I worried, EJ? So Keen Arthur said he's not worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Carver says, what other good corners still on the board? Oh, man, they got plenty of good corners on the board. I mean, you still got Patrick Surtain.
Patrick Surtain. You got Asante Samuels. You got Alex Moda's son, dude from out of Washington. So, I mean, they got some cornerbacks or whatever. And a lot of them like second-generation cornerbacks. So, they tend to be the ones that usually last a lot longer because, they have the people or father or whatever in the picture, so give them like different pointers and everything. Yeah. So, but they deep at cornerback.
Make you feel old as hell too, man. Like you remember when their dads played in their prime. Like
especially Joe Patrick Surtain. I'm like,
Patrick Surtain, Joe Horn in his prime. Alex Moda. He ain't never had no prime, but he was out there. So it just makes you feel old, man. It just makes you understand, Father Time is undefeated. Shout out to Julius, man. Thank you, Julius, for becoming a supporter on YouTube, man. Thank you so much. Once again, man, Julius, my very first roommate at Jackson State University, man, been my friend over 15 years. So, man, shouts out to him. Thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you so much, man. Jules says 27 pick and plus Orlando Brown, 31st pick in the first round. Yeah, man, that's pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty dope that the Ravens did that. So y'all should be okay. Y'all already a good football team. And y'all basically a kind of a factory for the offensive line. So I think anybody y'all bring in, they'll be up to snuff. I'll tell you that. John Doe says, outside the quarterback, what's the weakest position in this draft? Don't really hear that much about tight end. You know what I'm saying? Besides Kyle Pitts. I haven't heard anybody else, man. I haven't heard any other standout tight ends that's out there, man. So I'm going to have to go tight end
out of you got a tight end out of Penn State. I mean, he had a good Fryermuth. I think that's his last name. Pretty good one, but I guess he didn't grade so high. Last time I looked on ESPN, he's around the 50s or something like that. But you're not going to pull another tight end in his first round. You won't see another tight end being taken in the first round. If you do, that'll be a hellified shock if you're seeing that.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the Denver Broncos right now. I don't know how accurate this is. I don't know if the pick is in, but they're about 30 seconds in, and they still haven't made their pick yet. Okay, the pick is in right now. Okay, I'm probably a little bit behind. Though some people actually know who's about to be picked before I do. But I don't know where they're going to go. I mean, they got Jerry Jeudy, but at the same time, I still don't feel like they solved their quarterback issue. Okay, I know they got Teddy B out there. They gave up a 6th-round pick for him. And you also have Drew Lock, who is up and down. Maybe you want to look at a quarterback here. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think so. I mean, why would you pick a quarterback when you got Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, but you can pick another quarterback? I'm like, goodness. I mean, you want to feel a nigga here or whatever. I mean, yeah.
They haven't found their guy yet, though.
Yeah. I think why they got Bridgewater, I believe they have a coach in Denver who coached Bridgewater when he was with the Vikings. I think that's what kind of got him in the door. But do you pick another quarterback here and just have them compete for the preseason and everything and see who wins the job? I mean, I guess that's something you could do.
Right.
No.
Well, I don't know, man. Denver, to me, have to change the way that they look at the quarterback position, man. It's been a while. Like they always want that quarterback to bend but not break. Even when Peyton Manning was at the end of his career, he pretty much just bend but don't break. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I just think they need to get away from that, especially when you got Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes in the same division as you. But Roger Goodell is about to go to the podium. We have a super fan from the Denver Broncos. Looks like he has his poncho on. He's excited. And now we got Roger Goodell at the podium. Okay, the 9th pick. Okay, so Patrick Surtain. Okay, so we're seeing a trend. We're seeing a trend here, E. You no longer have Chris Harris Jr. You no longer had that I don't know if Casey Hayward is still there. I don't know if Hayward is still playing for him or not. I'm not sure. But now you have somebody, man, that you can put in there. There's a huge void that was missing from the Broncos in the secondary. So now you have Patrick Surtain. I guess your theory was correct, E. I mean, you bring Teddy Bridgewater out there to compete with Drew Lock, and maybe you feel like you can build something there. So this is the second time on the Denver Broncos have selected Alabama Crimson Tide player in the top 10 in the last 2 years. Last year was Jerry Jeudy. This year, they're going with Patrick Surtain. So very good pick, man. So what do you think about Patrick Surtain, man? You're a big fan of SEC football, not so much an Alabama fan, but you watch your fair share of this guy. What do you think about him, his upside, his ability? What do you think he can bring to the Broncos?
Like I said, one of them second-generation football players. Obviously, his dad, Patrick Surtain. I mean, he was a real good cornerback in his own right. Now he got a son, dude around, 6'1", 6'2", something like that. Likes man coverage. You see him in Alabama. I just question whether he can do more than just man coverage. Can he play his own? Right. Can he play like cover 2, stuff like that? Because you're going to have to mix it up playing in the NFL. But he's exactly what they say he is. I mean, he's a big corner. He can run. He's not afraid to hit. He like getting his hands on you and manipulating you all down the field or whatever. So, I mean, have him mixed with Justin Simmons, who he also have in Denver. I think that's a pretty good 1-2 combination. Yeah. You get you another cornerback on the other side, and you get Von Miller back. Now you're talking about potentially probably one of the best defenses in at least in the AFC. So,
interesting, man. Interesting point. Great takes there. Definitely looking forward to seeing Patrick Surtain in a Denver Bronco uniform, man. Hopefully he can, have that same type of success his father had being in the league all those years. But I think as of right now, everybody's favorite team for the exception of mine and everybody else's that's probably following this channel, the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. It's always exciting to see what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do. The media makes us say that, right? Because, they are so exciting, right? But anyway, Dallas Cowboys are a funny team. It just seems like to me like they go for the entertainment value more so than actually what they actually need. Me personally, if it was me, I'm taking a safety out of TCU. Number one, he's right up the street, right? You could throw a rock, you know what I'm saying, and you could probably hit the stadium, you know what I'm saying, the TCU Horned Frogs. So you had the opportunity to see this guy play and you know that you need a safety. You've been needing a safety for I don't know how long. You've been trying to get Earl Thomas for years and all type of other safeties. I think that you need right here. I think you need to go ahead and get the young safety out of TCU, man. What do you think the Cowboys are going to do here? Are they going to go with what they need, or are they going to go for sure? What do you think?
I mean, we need a slogan for the Cowboys. You know how they have no one circles the wagon like the Buffalo Bills, Falcon going Falcon. So we need a saying for the Cowboys. So it's funny you mentioned the safety out of TCU because on my mock draft, that's exactly what I have them picking. I mean, you know, he's from. I believe that the guy is from Texas. Went to TCU. Right. They don't have Xavier Woods. I'm not talking about the wrestler with the New Day. I'm talking about the actual safety. They don't have him anymore. So they need.
All right.
so they need a starter to put in that position. So I think he would be a good pick right here. But it's just the Cowboys. I mean, you kind of expect the unexpected, especially if Jerry Jones is in love with a player. If he's in love with a player, he's gonna straight up Vince McMahon, whoever calling the shots. He's gonna, outweigh anybody. So
right. Okay. Well, the Dallas Cowboys, in a shocker, thanks to Tyra, the Dallas Cowboys have made a trade. They have traded their pick. They have traded. Wow. With the rival Eagles. Wow, look at that right there. Two bitter rivals right there. I mean, who hates them? Cowboys hate Eagles like the Saints hate the Falcons. And yet these two are making trade deals together, man. So the Eagles moving up in the draft. Who are they going to get here, man? I'm excited to know this, man. Are they going wide receiver? Seems like they're going to get Devontae Smith here, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking because who are the receivers for the Eagles? Only receiver I know is, I think, Ward, I believe.
Jalen Reagor. Jalen Reagor out of TCU, ironically, who we just mentioned.
Okay.
Jalen Reagor.
I mean, but you need some more weapons than that. So I think this might be Devontae Smith out of Alabama, which is why they traded up. What did the Eagles give Dallas to trade up, though? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll find out later on in the draft. I'm pretty sure that those insiders are trying to work it out, seeing what the Cowboys had to give up. But I gotta let everybody know that the State of the Saints podcast is brought to you by Manscaped.com, and Manscaped.com, the official sponsor of the State of the Saints podcast. And we all know that today is the NFL draft. If you're watching the show, we're doing this live, and your selection, your first round selection, needs to be Manscaped. Over 2 million men worldwide have chosen Manscaped for all their below the waist needs. They have some great products. I got a deal for you right now. Go to manscaped.com, use the promo code State of Saints. You will save 20% off of your purchase. That's right, 20% off. State of Saints, all one word, okay? That's manscaped.com. You'll thank me later. They have some really good products. Not just saying that, they actually allow me to get some of these products, man, to be able to try them out. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Fellas, take care of your grooming needs. I'm pretty sure your girl going to appreciate it, and you're going to appreciate yourself. Once again, Manscaped.com, the official sponsor of the State of the Saints podcast. But get back to it. Tyrese says, I thought the Saints trading up. I guess not, okay? And I'm happy to hear that, Tyrese. I'm happy, man. I'm happy that they ain't trying to do that, okay? I'm glad that they stand where they are, and maybe they feel like the draft is going in a direction in which they probably didn't anticipate. Maybe that was the reason why a lot of people thought they were going to move up. So maybe the Saints feel like they can get the guy that they want, correct?
I think that could be correct. Let me pose a question to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if the Saints feel bad enough for missing out on Patrick Mahomes when Kansas City moved up to get him in front of them? So what if the Saints proposed to trade and was to move up to get Justin Fields here? Do you think that could be a possibility of happening? Do you think they will do that?
Oh, yeah. Am I thinking that the Saints will move up for Justin Fields?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think the Saints actually believe in Jameis Winston. I'm not one of those people who feel that, the Saints are trying to, throw the brick, hide their hands, so to speak, or a bunch of, stuff that's tongue in cheek. They had an opportunity to allow Jameis Winston to hit the open market, right? And they didn't do it. They didn't do it. And also, you have to look at the fact that, Taysom Hill, if the Saints believed in him, there wouldn't be no Jameis Winston. They would have just let Jameis Winston once again go. So I do feel like the Saints feel like they have what they need inside of their locker room already. The only thing that I would have to say is if Jameis goes out there and ball out, you will probably have a situation where you're going to have to pay him a lot of money. So if you want to maybe think in that regard, cool. But at the same time, it's not really a need. If Jameis Winston, and I'm knocking on wood, and I highly doubt this happened, but if he does flake out, worst case scenario, you picking in a top 10, top 12, you'll probably aggressively be able to move up to get the quarterback of the future if you don't want to go with Taysom Hill. So, no, I don't think Justin Fields should be there, but I am kind of glad that I haven't seen Mac Jones leave the board and Justin Fields is still there. So, hopefully Justin Fields goes to a team that can actually appreciate him. I think Justin Fields is going to play better than majority of these guys that already been drafted before him. Maybe for the exception of Trey Lance.
Me too. I agree with that. I think Justin Fields' upside, I think he's going to have a lot to prove. He seemed like the type that, I'm going to prove everybody wrong. Especially the further he drops down, I think that's probably going to build that, build inside of him to want to prove everybody wrong too.
Yeah, definitely would bring a chip on your shoulder, no doubt about that, man. But I do feel like he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. But Roger Goodell to the podium with the Eagles pick. Roger Goodell, man,
walking slow to that podium, boy.
Yeah, man. But at the same time, man, like Roger Goodell, man, looking in really good shape, man, for his age, man. I mean, guy looked like he's not a stranger to the Stairmaster here, man. That guy looked in phenomenal shape. So he definitely took advantage of his quarantine time, man. You can tell by the shoulders and everything like that, man. Roger Goodell, like him or not, the man is fit. There we go. So once again, man, hit the nail on the head there. Devontae Smith going to Philly. So finally, it feel like Philly is feeling like they got themselves. And let me be petty real quick, man. Let me be petty. Last year, the Philadelphia Eagles were most likely going to get CeeDee Lamb. Am I right? Okay, they were going to select CeeDee Lamb. But the Cowboys went ahead and drafted CeeDee Lamb ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles in order for the Philadelphia Eagles not to get him. So they end up getting Jalen Reagor. So I feel like the Philadelphia Eagles jumping in front of the Dallas Cowboys was just a reminder, like, okay, man, they did that to us last year. They're not going to do it to us again. I can see the Dallas Cowboys getting Devontae Smith because they know Philadelphia most likely will try to get this guy. So I think that this is the Philadelphia Eagles front office learning their lesson from last year, them wanting to get CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys jumping in front of them right before they can get them, man. That's definitely right about that. So let's go back to the chat here. Howard says Fields going to either New England or Washington. Those two teams need a quarterback. Well, that would be a good spot for him, man. Somewhere like Washington. I'm saying Washington, not New England. I think that Bill Belichick, looking at Cam Newton in a way that he has Cam Newton operating, I feel like Cam Newton needs to throw the ball a little bit more than he was running football last season. And I understand Bill Belichick like to play to a guy's strengths, but I think that can wear down a guy like Justin Fields, man. And then during that time, he won't be able to develop as a quarterback, man. So hopefully he goes to Washington instead, man, because I feel like Washington will allow him to be him and at the same time allow him to develop as a quarterback versus using his skill set and trying to build around him in that regard. So I want to see him develop as a quarterback. And I feel like going to the Washington football team, he can play with that chip on his shoulder, and he also gets a big platform being in the NFC East.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. Roger Goodell looks like Vince McMahon rolling out there looking evil. Yeah, man. Hey, like I said, like Roger Goodell or not, the man has taken advantage of his quarantine time. You know what I'm saying? The man is clanging and banging in that gym. Like you can tell, man, he got a custom-made, tailor-made suit on. You know what I'm saying? You can see up there, you know what I'm saying? You can see the traps and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? The Goldbergs as my guy Sam calls them. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to my boy Sam Matthews. Them Goldbergs is on full effect. You know what I'm saying? He walking around cock diesel right now. So shouts out to Roger Goodell doing his thing, man. Shouts out to all my gym goers, man. Damien, I don't think he's here right now. I think Damien's at work. Damien's a follower of Stay the Same podcast, stay in the gym. Shouts out to all my clangers and bangers out there. You know what I'm saying? Like out there going hard in the paint, like Jordan in Game 6, because he never went to Game 7 in the finals. Chicago traded up. Chicago traded up, man. Man, we seeing some movement, man. So guys are starting to like move around a little bit. Yep. Look for Justin Fields right here. People.
Yeah, I think this would be a good spot for Justin Fields. You know, they still got Andy Dalton in Chicago, but yeah. I mean, come on. So, yeah, if they're moving up a lot, I think it's probably. I don't think they're moving up to get Slater. Slater's the next best available, I guess you can say. Mm-hmm. But I think this might be Justin Fields right here. I think Chicago wanted to get up over Washington, so I think this might be Justin Fields.
Right. Adam Schefter too happy, man. Man, I need whatever coffee Adam Schefter was drinking. But Justin Fields or Mac Jones, who we talking about here? Mac Jones got the 1955 Forrest Gump. Those guys, he looked like one of those guys that were chasing Forrest Gump in the movie back in '94. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Mac Jones still up in the green room waiting for his name to be called. But once again, if you have a choice, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, who you rolling with, man?
I like Justin Fields here. I mean, aside from Matt Forrest Jones right here, looking like Forrest Gump with that suit on, like you just said, I think they have a good chance of getting Justin Fields, and I think Justin Fields. I mean, if they use him like the way that he's supposed to be used, I think he has I think he could be the greatest quarterback that Chicago has ever had, and that's not saying much. Because you look at Chicago's history, they don't have too many great quarterbacks. They don't have too many good quarterbacks, to be honest with you. And the talent that they have at wide receiver is pretty good.
Nobody. I mean, definitely Allen Robinson. This man been chomping at the bit to try to find somebody to give him the ball. So maybe they can have it here. And look, you don't want history to repeat itself, man. You have an opportunity to get your guy that you've been looking for a long time, a quarterback that you can actually build a team around, maybe even save Matt Nagy's job. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to be sugarcoating, lollygagging, and pussyfooting around here. You want to make sure that you get yourself a quarterback that you know what I'm saying, that the team can believe in, your fan base can believe in, and your coach can build around. So let's make sure that they get this right. Stop messing around with the Mac Joneses of the world. Like, I hate to say it, Mac Jones don't have that type of arm strength to be playing out there in the cold. This guy, Justin Fields, went to Ohio State, gets cold out there, it snows. We know that he can throw the ball down the field in inclement conditions. Allow this guy to be drafted and watch what this guy do. He's already failed in the draft. He was supposed to be a top 10 pick. You know what I'm saying? He fell down. He's right now, every pick, the chip is getting bigger and bigger on his shoulder. Chicago, do not make a mistake, man. Do not do what y'all been doing. Do not do the Mitchell Trubisky thing all over again. Their future is sitting right in your face. Take advantage of it. So the pick is in right now. You know, we see someone coming to the podium right now. Okay, so we see Roger Goodell once again. I guess so. Every super fan of the team.
Yeah, he's like he pick a fan out. Like he pick a fan out random that's in the audience or whatever. They'll go and they sitting. I think that's the chair he was sitting in last year. They said.
So the pick is in right now.
Him off the audience or whatever. And who is this making a pick? This ain't Goodell.
Okay, so he's a COVID-19 survivor. So man, get shout out to him, man. Hand clap to the COVID-19 survivor out there, man. You know, no doubt about that. You know, COVID-19, man. Make sure that y'all getting vaccinated out there, man. You know, if you can.
Through this year's draft design, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19 by focusing on critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widened in communities of color, indigenous communities.
Yeah, man. So shouts out to the brother, man, doing this thing. you know what I'm saying, for his community, you know, making sure that, you know, he's spreading awareness around and everything like that, man. Shouts out to the brother. He's going to be making a pick for his team. Well deserved, man. Well deserved. No doubt about that.
Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that. Leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022.
There we go right there. Finally. All right, E, so a little bit behind, man. They got Justin Fields, man. So Chicago Bears faithful in the building right now. Losing a doggone mind, man. Well deserved. Shouts out to the brother. Finally, Chicago, you got it right. Finally, you got yourself a quarterback. Finally, you got a guy.
Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
There we go right there. So E, as of right now,
this might be the.
You know, as you can see, man, they got Justin Fields. Great pickup. Congratulations to the Chicago Bears, man. I'm happy for them, man. All the Bear Nation out there, I'm pretty sure they crying right now. They're in tears. They finally got themselves a quarterback.
Yeah, I think this might be the steal of the draft so far. I think this might be the steal of the draft so far. Taking him, they had to trade up because the Bears were at what number were the Bears at originally? The Bears was at number 20 coming into the draft. You know, they made the playoffs last year. So they had to go from 20 all the way up to number 11 to get Justin Fields. So, yeah, this is a steal of the draft so far.
Yeah. Hey, man, but E, these guys been needing a quarterback for years, man. They needed a quarterback for years. They've been whiffing on draft picks, bad analysis, bad scouting, just overall just terrible analysis, man, breakdowns of what they actually need. And finally, I feel like if you put this guy in the right position, you got yourself Allen Robinson. You got yourself, Devin Montgomery out there. You know what I'm saying? You got players that if you put the ball in their hands, they can make plays. And now you have a quarterback that can not only throw the ball down the field, but also can extend plays. And we also said off the air when we were talking on the phone, you talked about Justin Fields and how he reminds you a lot of NFL players. So I go ahead and let you know, let you have it. Who does Justin Fields remind you of? And tell everybody that's watching why.
Honestly, I think he reminds me of a more poised, a more polished Cam Newton, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know who they're going to compare him to up here, but that's kind of who, like a Cam Newton, Randall Cunningham type. But I think he's a better passer than both of those guys. Right. I mean, he's agile, but he preferred to stay in the pocket. He will scramble, but he's more of a pocket passer than any one of those quarterbacks in the world. Aside from him having a big arm, and the dude is smart. Yeah, I mean, he is a cerebral dude. I mean, he don't smile too much. You can tell he got that ego in him, that chip on his shoulder and everything. Right. So, I mean, I think he'll come in, he's going to be all about business. Right. He's going to take a leadership role on that team or whatever. I mean, coming out of high school, it was him and Trevor Lawrence as, like, the best high school football players, like, regardless of, like, position. So they've been playing against each other, competing against each other every year since high school or whatever. So I think they just got the steal, and I think he's going to come in and do a good job, I think.
Yeah. Alpha Sports said he was actually surprised by the pick. Alpha, the only surprise to me was the fact that Justin Fields was on the board this long. Like, this guy's going to be a special football player. And like I said, man, I know Chicago Bears fans are crying right now. I mean, look, all the trash that came through that organization, people like the Rex Grossmans, you know what I'm saying? People like, I mean, you got Andy Dalton as your quarterback right now. Mitchell Trubisky, he didn't pan out. So you got all these different guys, you know what I'm saying, like that came through. And it just didn't work out, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, didn't they have Scott Miller back in the day? That didn't work out. You know what I'm saying?
Scott Miller, Eric Kramer. Man. Matthews from out of Florida. Jim McMahon, he did make the Super Bowl. I mean, the list goes on. Steve Walsh. The list goes on and on and on and on. Terribleness that come through Chicago.
Yeah, great defense. Never had a quarterback that can be able to be a complementary to the defense and if the defense was lacking or something like that, or had a down game, never had a quarterback that could get them over the hump. Hopefully Justin Fields can. Justin Fields has the number one receiver in Allen Robinson. And you know, you also I forgot about Tariq Cohen too. You know, he missed the entire season last year, tore his ACL. So I'm pretty sure he's chomping at the bit to be back on the field. So it's going to be something special, man. I mean, Chicago Bears.
Cowboys again.
Okay, so the Cowboys on the clock. Cowboys 2020 defense, 473 points allowed, most in franchise history, 158.8 rushing yards per game, 31st in NFL, 5.1 yards rushing allowed. So they like a team wants their running back to average 5 yards a carry. The Dallas Cowboys, I mean, that's not good. You know what I'm saying? That's not good across the board. So that means every time, most likely, a running back ran a football, they got, you know what I'm saying, if it was 1st and 10, it was 2nd and 5 the next play. That's awful. So hopefully, you know, you already answered, you know, you already getting a new defensive coordinator, Dan Quinn, former Atlanta Falcon. He's the new defensive coordinator. So what are you doing here, man? I mean, you got to go defense here, right?
So if Dan Quinn's your defensive coordinator, look at Dan Quinn's track record. You got to go back to when Dan Quinn was with Seattle. What did he do with Seattle? He made sure that secondary was good. This is where you had your Richard Sherman and your Browner and your, you know, all the rest of the guys, Earl Thomas, all those guys. So who is this? I got caught me off guard when the dude came out in the Ric Flair like robe. But
man, you're a little bit behind than I am, man. So you can tell like it really fired up. You know, they're really fired up to be out there. You know, so I mean, look, you know, Dallas Cowboys don't really give you nothing to be excited about, man. You know, no doubt about that, man. Especially defensively.
Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, man.
So that's what the pick's going to be. This pick is going to be a defensive pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. I mean, you definitely got to go safety or cornerback right here. So let's see what they're going to do, man. Let's see what we got here. Taking a mask off. Or she excited. Well, she excited, man. She fired up, man. Gotta love the energy right there.
Continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys pick.
I mean, this must be a
Michael
good
Parsons.
pick.
So Michael Parsons out of Penn State is the linebacker out of Penn State.
Fall to the Saints. Goodness, that's a good pick, though.
Yeah, but once again, you didn't need him. You know, you didn't need him. Like you got Jalen Smith. You paid him. You still got Leighton Vander Esch. So now you have Michael Parsons. So it seemed like to me, like I guess they're looking at the fact that Leighton Vander Esch, as good as he is, he's been in and out of the lineup, man. And also, you know, Jalen Smith, you know, I mean, he kind of took a step back. So I'm just looking at this, you know, I'm just like, man, but why? Like, you definitely need help in the secondary. You need more help in the secondary than you do at the linebacker position. This is unbelievable stuff here, man. This is what people are talking about here, you know, with the Dallas Cowboys. They never go for what they know. They go for show. Like, this guy had all the measurables. I mean, he was a workout warrior. He had, you know, unless you're about to bring 225 pounds to the 50-yard line, I don't understand, like, why would you go out here and get him instead of going out here and getting the safety? And there's no disrespect to the Cowboy fans that's probably checking out this podcast. It just doesn't make any sense. These guys have needed a safety for years. How many times have guys that have been on TV that's Cowboy fans talking about, let's see if Earl Thomas is out here. Let's see if we can get a safety. Let's see if we can, you know, get somebody that, you know, that's on another team via trade. Why is it that they're out here trying to get something in my opinion, they don't even really need? You need help in the secondary. But, I mean, I digress, man. I digress. Not my squad. Alpha says Dalton needs to clean his locker now. Well, I think there's a place for Andy Dalton. You know, there's a place for him. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a starter day one, you know, just for a couple games.
And that's the thing about Andy Dalton. I mean, don't get him a Spirit plane ticket just yet. I think they're gonna compete. I mean, Fields is a first round pick, but at the same time, I mean, you're not just gonna get a keys to somebody, man. You want them to come in to compete and win that spot. You ain't gonna give them nothing. This pick, Micah Parsons with Dallas. This dude a versatile dude. He a linebacker. Ran about a 4.4. Some places say he ran like a 4.3. I don't really know how true that is, but all I know he's 6'3", like 240 something pounds. He's versatile though. But I don't think he's versatile enough to play safety, but he's versatile.
But that's why they got him, man. Like it had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that what they feel like he can bring to the table. It was just his measurables and what he did. It's all show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you cannot run your organization like you Vince McMahon. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do that. I mean, that's just what it is, man. You got to get the players that you need in order to help your team go forward. Sometimes I wonder, like, if Jerry Jones actually cares if this team actually go to the Super Bowl. Because sometimes, you know, when you know that people are going to root for you regardless and cheer for you regardless, like sometimes you kind of take that for granted. You know, people are going to watch you regardless. You know you're going to be on prime time regardless. You know you're going to be the head of the storylines regardless. Look, I think the fan base needs to ask for more out of Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys.
This moment is so big. Like, y'all don't understand. Like, my parents was a Cowboys fan, and all last year I said I was going to Dallas. Like, if that's not real, I don't know what is. Like, this is so unreal. It's crazy.
Hello?
This moment is a dream for every kid who loves.
Yeah, so he's talking about
froze up.
Nah, I didn't froze up, man. I was actually looking at the screen here. He said this is his dream. A lot of people thought that he was supposed to be, you know, playing for the Cowboys. He got fans. He got a family member fans of the Cowboys. So dream come true to him.
Everything's gonna come true. That's the key. Keep faith, and you know, just keep going, man. Shout out to the city, man. Harrisburg, PA.
I think he's a good player.
Yeah, me too. I do.
Cowboys probably could have got a safety, a natural safety, and the guy from TCU. But unless you get this guy the safety out of TCU, that's another position that I don't think is as strong in the first round. So maybe they was thinking they could probably get this guy in the second round. Maybe that's the thinking behind this pick of Micah Parsons. I don't know. Because I didn't see a lot of safeties other than a safety from, I forget the guy's name, from Syracuse. But it looked like he's ranked kind of low 40s, low 50s. So,
yeah,
I don't think they have a lot of value with safeties for us like the first round. So maybe that's why they didn't select the safety. That's the thinking behind it that I can get. So, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, we got the link in the chat right now for anybody that want to chime in. What you think about the draft so far? Saints haven't moved up or anything like that. They've stayed in their spot. The draft is still, you know, going on. I mean, it's still relatively early right here. We're almost at the halfway point of the 2021 NFL draft. And, you know, the Saints have not moved up just yet. So feel free to call in, man. What do you think about the draft? What do you think about the Philadelphia Eagles moving up to get the Devontae Smith? What do you think about the Chicago Bears finally feeling like they got their trigger man? You know, there's so much that has gone on in this draft, man. I think the first couple picks, I'll say like the first 4 picks, we pretty much knew what there was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, man, we started to see little twisted turns, man. We see Jaycee Horn going to Carolina. We see Patrick Surtain going to the Broncos. You know, so, I mean, very interesting draft here. Still a lot of good players on the board. Yet to see cornerbacks like Penei Sewell Jr. going. Yet to see guys like Greg Newsome II going just yet. You know, it's so much stuff going on here in this NFL draft. And, you know, the Saints still can get a really good cornerback. They can get a really good linebacker. Zaven Collins is crossing our fingers right now. But you know, very good draft, man. A lot of twists and turns. Still got a lot of good players the Saints to choose from, man. Still, Greg Newsome II still on the board. Caleb Farley still on the board. Penei Sewell Jr. still on the board. Zaven Collins as well. Nick Bolton and so many others. But so you look at the New Orleans Saints, man. A lot of reports. Jay Glazer came out, said the Saints are thinking about moving to the top 10. I mean, we know now that that's not accurate. I don't want to say it's not accurate, but It didn't happen. We talked about the Saints being aggressive in draft pass, but it seemed like to me that the Saints are trying to be a little bit patient. Julius says, should I call in? Julius, feel free to call in, man. You know, anybody call in, man, if you want to call in. Crystal. Yeah, we call him Crystal, you know, even though you're saying
Crystal Space.
Crystal Space. Cousin. That's our cousin, man, so I'm messing with her. Don't know nothing about football, but I always love those Saints. Man, shouts out to you, Crystal. Look, you can change the name up, but you're always Crystal to me, and that girl can sing her tail off, man. Shouts out to Crystal. Yeah, man. Coach Eric, please call back in, man. I seen you on the line. Yeah, seen you on the line. Yeah, we put you on blast because you call the show, you get put on blast. You get put on blast. Faith-based workplace says good players still available. Yeah, they got a lot of good players still available, man. No doubt about that, E. I mean, no need to move up and down right now. No need to get so aggressive. No need to get wild and crazy right now. So yeah, we love you too, Crystal. We love you too. Shouts out to Crystal, man. Man, hey man, we used to be hanging tough ass kids, man, growing up, man. Shouts out to Crystal.
Oh yeah, yep. Huh? Yep. All that church.
Yeah. All right, so you said watch out for what, E? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Watch out for Jaelan Phillips, that defensive end from Miami. I think this guy has a lot of upside. He transferred from UCLA. High recruit coming out of high school. When he transferred to Miami, I mean, I think he showed a lot of ability at Miami. I think he still got a lot of potential or whatever. So I think somebody get him. I think it's gonna be a steal, another steal. I think I have Minnesota taking him at number 14. Right. So if they take him, I mean, I think you got to go good with Danielle Hunter, but they got other needs too. I wouldn't be surprised if they chose somebody else, but I think he's a good pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at that. I think they need some offensive line help, man. I think that they're looking at the brother right now, from USC. I think they need to go offensive line here, but we're about to see right now Roger Goodell here at the podium.
Rashawn Slater's ability to pass. It's funny how one thing impacts something else. Cincinnati doesn't take Penei Sewell, which means he falls, which means Slater is available here for the Chargers.
Okay, so they go Rashawn Slater. Okay, so Slater, not AC Slater. Rashawn Slater will be going to the Los Angeles Chargers. So, hey, man, I'm going to bring in right now, man. I've been mentioning him throughout the show. I'm going to bring in my roommate, good friend of mine, man, very knowledgeable of the game. Bad taste of teas with the Raiders. But nevertheless, we got Julius Barksdale, a.k.a. Big Jew, a.k.a. Sinbad. Sinbad, what's going on? What's going on, man?
We got jokes tonight, huh?
Hey, you know how we do it, man. Hey, I'm not going we do it on the phone, you know what I'm saying, when we're in the group calls, and we're going to do it right here. All right, so Julius, what's going on, man? Watching NFL draft. Know that you're a Raiders fan. Raiders haven't picked just yet. But Julius, what do you think about this draft right now, man? What you think so far?
Top 3 picks, pretty predictable. I was surprised the Cowboys did trade with Philly.
Right.
And let Philly go up and get Devontae. Because I actually put in the chat, I thought the Cowboys were going to draft Devontae just being funny.
Yeah.
But he actually went number 10, but he went to Philly. So, I mean, it wasn't a bad pick, wasn't a bad move. But, I mean, it's interesting draft. Wasn't a fan of the Cowboys drafting Parsons, though. That wasn't a position.
Didn't make sense, man. Didn't make sense. They need safety help for so long, man. I don't get it.
They haven't addressed their secondary in years. I know last year they drafted what's the guy name from Alabama? I can't think of the cornerback name they drafted from Alabama last year. But he's not that type of shutdown corner. He's really more of a safety, playing corner. And I wouldn't have been mad if they went offensive line, considering the number of linemen they lost. And that kind of contributed to Zeke having a poor season. That contributed to Dak getting hurt when he did. But to go linebacker, that was just dumb as hell.
Man, I don't get it. I just think that they went with him because of him being a workout warrior.
Yeah, he was basically the top person in their lap at that time. Just like last year, they didn't need to draft CD Lamb. But they drafted CD because he failed to them. And they didn't need him. So, but that's the Cowboys. That's Cowboy Nation.
Yeah. I'm looking at Cam Jordan on via Twitter, and this was his take on the Falcon drafting Kyle Pitts. He says, I think ATL and Terry Fontenot, who is now the new GM, came from the Saints. He said he picked somebody electric. He said Pitts a pure baller, but we have a luxury all-pro in Demario Davis. And also I think that the tight end is a little bit light in the loafers. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say light in the loafers, but kind of soft. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think that Kyle Pitts is a really good tight end. I think that he's more of a wide receiver, masquerading as a tight end. But
Vikings just traded their pick.
Okay, so I'm thinking the Jets about to get Najee Harris here. What y'all think?
Ooh, that's kind of high for a running back.
That's who I had them picking, but I had them picking them at the original spot at 23. That's kind of ironic, but that probably is high for a running back in this draft.
Unless they're planning to go O-line or somewhere on the defensive side of the ball. I wouldn't have came up this high for a running back.
What about a wide receiver? What about wide receiver here? They still don't have a number one receiver. You got a young quarterback. You need somebody they can trust. What are we talking about? Wide receiver here too? Maybe wide receiver.
But what wide receiver though? What wide receiver would that be though?
Man, you got Rashod Bateman. You still got Terrence Marshall Jr. out here. You know what I'm saying? You still got some good wide receivers. You got Elijah Moore.
But to come up to number 14.
That's the thing about it. Would you have to come up from 23 to 14 to select any one of those guys though?
Man, hey, I think
it might be an offensive lineman right here. I think
y'all missing a very interesting point here. These are the Jets we talking about here. You know what I'm saying? Like
true.
These are the Jets.
But they got a head coach with a different mindset. So maybe he's actually trying to build where they're weak at. Offensive line, if you go for that lineman from USC, cool, not a bad pick. Won't be mad. That'll be a great move. Because they got Becton last year, and now you get another top lineman this year. You building for the future. So it don't matter who you get at running back. Now you're able to open holes and protect the quarterback. So.
We got Drew Brees on the screen. We got Drew Brees on the screen on a Lowe's commercial. You know what I'm saying? So,
the thing about it, they quarterback. Obviously, he used to be the one of the coaches for the San Francisco 49ers. So if the 49ers don't know how to do nothing, they know how to run that ball. So maybe that's the kind of culture he's trying to bring the Jets. So.
Yeah, well, that's a good point though, because we see like before the Chargers actually picked, we seen them highlighting the offensive lineman out of USC. So maybe that's somebody that they feel like they want to aggressively move up for. So maybe they are about to get this lineman out of USC. Maybe they thought that maybe the Chargers needed an offensive lineman. Maybe they thought that they were going to get him. But so maybe they moved up to try to acquire this offensive lineman. But once again, I got to see it to believe it. I understand that Robert Saleh is the new head coach. I wish him well. I think that he's an outstanding leader of men. But still, this is the Jets we're talking about. So I need to see it to believe it. I need to see it to believe it.
Hey, for years, we said the same thing about Cleveland. They finally got it together.
Yeah, good point.
Finally got it right.
Touche, man. So it'll be interesting to see, man, to check it out. Let's see. Drew said, "Black don't let me get drafted to the Jets." Well, look, definitely don't want to get drafted to the Jets, man. Like I need to see it to believe it, man. All I know is we have Rashard Matthews, former wide receiver, Miami Dolphins. Tennessee Titans, played for the Jets, said the Jets were the worst organization that he ever been to. He said the worst in the league. Very unprofessional. So I'm gonna just take his word for it, man. I don't know. The Falcons on Falcons, the Jets are going to definitely jet, until otherwise.
Definitely for a long time, the Jets were pulling ran. I mean, you can point to a number of teams that were pulling ran. My Raiders, prime example. We were great once we got McKenzie. If you ever paid attention, McKenzie was actually building the team through the draft. He got rid of all the bad contracts. He was bringing in good talent, but Mark Davis, he wanted old Chucky back. And quite frankly, he should have stayed in the broadcast booth at ABC because he wasn't ready to be the coach in modern era. I mean, I loved him as a broadcaster. He can talk Spider 2 Wild Banana all day with the quarterbacks before the draft. But that concept doesn't work anymore in the 2010s and the 2020s now. I mean, yeah, you got away with it in the early 2000s, but this is a different era now. And that style, a play that he's trying to bring in, it's not going to work. The fact that they went and got Mike Mayock. Come on, man. Mike Mayock, he was a draft analyst for years. Never ran a team. I would have rather them got Louis Riddick, somebody that played the game, real knowledgeable, has done scouting, has worked in different departments for organizations.
Right.
I'd rather that, or better yet, keep McKenzie. You could have kept McKenzie and brought on Gruden, but the problem would have been those two would have butted heads because Gruden, we saw, he broke the team down. Now he complaining because we can't stop the damn ball from people running it.
Right.
Well, you sent Khalil Mack to Chicago. Chicago down there went to the playoffs off of Khalil Mack alone.
Well, Roger Goodell is at the podium right now with the Jets pick.
I got that offensive lineman. I think it's their lineman.
Yeah, I think offensive lineman here. If you're gonna move up, get offensive lineman. I don't think there's a lot of teams that were trying to get him at 14, Najee Harris. So yeah, you get the offensive lineman here, I think.
Okay, so the Jets seem like they happy with the pick.
Good pick. That's a good pick. Because he wasn't going to fall to them.
So offensive line's a rare breed.
Yeah, so they get themselves offensive linemen. We alluded to that. Julius. The fact that he was the next person most likely to go off the board. Rashawn Slater.
Matt Jones is on the phone.
So they end up.
Matt Jones is on the phone. Like,
you already know he's going. Yeah, you already know where he's going.
Going to the New England Patriots.
Yeah, they didn't even have to move up.
That's where it looked.
Because they basically
fell right in their lap.
Whoever didn't get picked at number 3 were going to fall pretty much to New England.
Yeah.
And
I tell you, rolling around right about now. The Redskins. They hate this, especially Matt Jones on the phone with the Patriots. They was hoping, come on.
Nah, that wasn't going to happen.
Just about to steal them or whatever.
Yeah.
But who do they have at quarterback this year?
Taylor Heineke and Brian Fitzpatrick.
Maybe they feel good about that group. Taylor Heineke didn't play too bad last year. I mean, he didn't play overwhelmingly good, but he didn't play terrible last year, I would say.
Yeah,
I mean, when you come in as
quarterbacks, I don't think you're gonna win a lot of games with that, man.
Nah. I mean, he came in spot, so I mean, yeah, but it's ugly for Washington this year.
I don't know, man. I mean, you still got yourself. They still got Jamie Newman out there, man. I know he's a guy who a lot of people aren't really talking about. He set out. He went to Wake Forest. He was supposed to be the starting quarterback at Georgia. He decided to sit out instead of COVID-19. I mean, he's still out there, man, and he has a lot of great qualities about him, man. So maybe you can get him later on.
One thing I've been kind of curious about, Tim, is your take on why Washington gave up on Dwayne Haskins so fast.
Yeah.
That show gave him up real quick.
Well, me personally, I would go into this spiel about my thoughts, but I really feel like them giving up on him probably the best thing to happen to his career. I'm always skeptical about impressionable guys getting drafted by their hometown team. This is a guy who was born and raised in Washington, D.C. You're supposed to be the leader of the franchise, the face of the franchise. And I feel like you being in that environment around a lot of those influences, positive and negative, I feel like they can kind of get to you. I feel like him going to Pittsburgh, it can give him an opportunity to get away from his familiar territory and be able to develop as a quarterback. And not to mention he goes to Mike Tomlin, who I feel like can put him in a position to succeed and also help him to transition to being more mature. I think that this could be one of those cases that a lot of people are seeing from a Jameis Winston, a guy who wasn't very serious about the game, wasn't very serious about how hard he worked. But Roger Goodell is at the podium right now. See what the Patriots got coming up. We got another guest presenter. Well, Julius, after this pick, man, I'm interested to get your take on the Vegas Raiders, man, and what route you think they're going to go.
No problem.
Yeah, man, but thank everybody so much as this brother is talking right now. Thank y'all for being on the State of Saints podcast. Thank y'all for being a part of the live show. And so Mac Jones will be going to the New England Patriots. So I apologize. I know your TV about 2 years behind everybody else. But
TV show late. That dude's still talking. He ain't give his pick yet.
Yeah, man. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, look, the New England Patriots, I guarantee you they're excited about this, man. They was the quarterback that they wanted the whole entire time. They wanted this guy. They wanted Mac Jones. They got Mac Jones. You don't have to worry about him playing right away. You still have Cam Newton out there. So you don't have to worry about, him coming in the game, right away. You can develop him as a quarterback. You can put him together with Josh McDaniels and maybe get what you need. So New England Patriots, man, staying at 15, get the guy that they want.
I got a question about this pick. Like, does Matt Jones change the narrative of Alabama quarterbacks going in the draft? Y'all think?
Nope. No. I do not.
The only person I see having a chance to actually change that narrative, he's in Philly right now. And I mean, and technically, he ended up going to another school just because he got beat out by Tua. I mean, it happens, but I mean, if you really want to look at a true Alabama quarterback that might change the narrative, it'll be Jaylen. I mean, Mac only gave you one season. And I mean, he balled out, but I need to see more tape. I just need to see more from him.
I'm not
in more
impressed.
pressure situations and different things like that.
I'm not impressed. I already said on the last episode of the State of Saints podcast, I feel like this guy is a product of his environment. I think that you got all that talent around you.
That's a lot of Alabama quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think it makes you better than what you actually are. Like, it'll be interesting to see what you're going to do in New England. You don't have like all those star receivers around you. You got a bunch of role receivers. Let's see how you can do. Let's see when the game is on your back. Let's see if you'll be able to deliver. Let's see some of the late game heroics when you have to go toe to toe with a Josh Allen. Let's see what you can do when you go up against Tua or you go up against Zach Wilson. Let's see what you can do. Let's see if you can get over the hump. And maybe that will make me change my mind. But as of right now, I just feel like he's a product of his environment.
And I think he was like truly blessed when he was with Alabama. I mean, you look at it from an offensive line standpoint, receiver standpoint, tight end standpoint. I mean, it was wealthy in Alabama. That man sitting back there could have had a couple of T back there all the time. He had to actually throw the ball. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to get that in New England. So.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Wasn't he like the third string quarterback at one point or second string behind Tua and Jaylen?
Yeah, he was.
Yep. Holding the clipboard or whatever.
He was a product of great talent around him. I mean, wish him well in the league, man, because a lot of guys, they get there, they have all that talent, all the weapons around them in college and get to the league, and their skill set just doesn't actually show through. It's more or less a testament of the talent that was around them.
Yeah, but thing about the NFL, when you get there, I mean, everybody got talent. Everybody fast. Those windows get smaller, whatever sports like when you get to the NFL. You ain't gonna have no Jaylen, Waddle, and Devontae Smith to throw to. I don't even know. I mean, other than the kill Harry, I can't name another New England Patriots receiver that they have.
Well, they got Hunter Henry that came out there.
Well, yeah, they did sign Hunter from the Chargers, yeah.
Yeah, and they got John. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they get Jonnu Smith as well?
Did they get who?
Jonnu Smith from the Tennessee Titans. Didn't they get him as well?
Yeah, they got so they're trying to bring back that 2 tight end set. Like
two tight end, yeah. So Jonnu Smith's pretty good. Hunter Henry's pretty good.
Yeah. So the Cardinals on the clock right now, fellas. And Julius, as we wait for the pick to come in for the Arizona Cardinals, I'd like to get your take on the Raiders, man. You talked a little bit about some of the decision making, head coach, GM, but what direction do you think the Raiders are going to go in this draft, man?
Honestly, it's kind of wide open. We got so many needs. We need a solid number 1 wide receiver. DN. Max Crosby was a gem that we stole out of the draft a few years ago. But Cleon Farrell is pretty much looking like a bust at this point. So, I mean, you can go DN. You can go with Jaylen from Miami. Or, I mean, I would have preferred Parsons. But, like I said, we didn't expect the Cowboys to go that high and get him.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. This is my worst nightmare right here. Zaven Collins is going to the Arizona Cardinals, man. So not only do you have Isaiah Simmons out there, now you're about to have Zaven Collins. These boys are about to have a good 1-2 punch out there in Arizona, man. This is
not to mention Buda Banker. They got Peterson out there also. So. And I know you had some eyes for Zaven Collins.
That boy is unstoppable. That's very disappointing to me, man.
You know they got to beef up though. I mean, look at the division. Yeah. They play in the NFC, so you got to have some people that can cover a lot of space. And from looking at this dude's film, it's like he can rush the passer, get in the backfield. They show him having that some tackles for loss. I mean, he intercept passes. It's like he's doing it all on the video.
This dude is the Tasmanian devil, man.
At 260, that's big for a linebacker.
Yeah, he is going to be a really good. He's going to be a really good player. No doubt about that. He's going to be really good.
You can play him
like goodness, man. Well. That one hurt. But Julia, it's like we got the Raiders on the clock right now, so I know you were talking about them. You talked about Max Crosby. You talked about some of the other needs they have, but what direction, if you were a betting man, where do you think they're going to go right now?
From a betting man at this point, because last year we couldn't stop a nosebleed. I know we brought in a lot of defensive linemen. We shipped out quite a bit as well. I mean, if they're going to hold their hat on those linemen they brought in, I would probably go secondary. Because our secondary last year got torched. I like Jonathan Abrams a lot, but between his health and his decision making at times, I mean, he's cost us games. I mean, I could think back just as clear as day that Kansas City game, we should have beat them twice last season, but because he decided to chase Patrick Mahomes and leave Kelsey wide open in the back of the end zone, boom, that was ball game.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been one of our weaknesses for a long time is the secondary. Like just like Dallas, we never really addressed it. We don't have a true corner. We haven't had a true corner since Woodson and Nnamdi Asomugha before they traded Nnamdi to Philly. We haven't had a true corner. So I mean, every year is secondary getting torched. I mean, I know we drafted guys, but none of them really panned out. None of them they were reaches. They were busts.
Well, if I'm a betting man, and I know a little bit about John Gruden.
I would hope he goes Jaelan Phillips.
It's the same guy that wanted Johnny Manziel to be the first overall pick. This is a guy who, you know what I'm saying, like,
don't remind me,
was lobbying, wanted Johnny football. I'm gonna say he's gonna go with Asante Samuel Jr. You know what I'm saying, based on the fact that his dad was a great player. He probably falls into that category, like, oh, he has it in his genes. If not him, it's gonna be Caleb Farley. And I know some Saints fans are gonna be angry at that because they're hoping that the Saints are able to acquire Caleb Farley. But look, I think they're gonna go that route. Wouldn't be surprised they get Asante Samuel Jr. here, man. To me,
I mean, either one, I wouldn't be mad with. And like I said, if they did decide to go with Phillips from Miami, I wouldn't be mad with that either because the dude was a beast. I mean, he balled. He balled out. When he left UCLA, came over. I think he had to sit a year, and he came in and he balled out. I mean, double teams, chipping the tight end off. I mean, he was great. Pass rusher, run stopper. I wouldn't be mad with either one of those picks. But I just hope Gruden doesn't beat Gruden and decide, oh, well, we're going to draft a quarterback. Like,
Callum knows NFL said the corners are falling. And if you're a team that needs a corner, I mean you're loving this right now. You're loving it because you're going to get yourself a top 10, top tier corner. You know, so this is good stuff right here.
And some of the teams that actually need corners are these teams with the later picks. Those are the ones that do need the corners.
Well, since Zaven Collins is going, look, I'm lobbying for a cornerback. Like that was the only exception. That was the only exception that I had. Is Zaven Collins was there, you grab him. Travis says the Saints need a cornerback for sure. Pelican season says trade up. Mario Burner says, oh hell no. Blue Tiger Knight 1914 says, seems like no one will be left when we draft them. Damn it. Now I doubt that very highly. You know, I think they still got a lot of talent in this draft. No running backs. No running backs yet.
I agree with you on that. The Saints do not need to trade up. Y'all lost a lot. Cap issues. I mean, y'all will be out of the cap situation next year. But right now, man, there's only thing I can think of is if a team is trying to get back in the first, I would trade back and try to acquire some more extra later picks. That way you can be able to get a few more guys to replace the guys that y'all lost.
Right. Yeah, but to me, you definitely gotta go. You definitely gotta go a cornerback. But Mel Kiper Jr. best available: Elijah Moore, Jaelan Phillips, Christian Darrisaw, Jamin Davis, and Whitty Payne. So these are guys right here that you feel like are the best available, man. Elijah Moore,
Darrisaw is an interesting pick too. That offensive lineman out of Virginia Tech. He's an interesting one too. 6'6" guy, 300-pound offensive tackle. I mean, anybody looking for offensive tackle? Yeah. I think he's the only offensive tackle that's probably in the top 20 as of right now. That's still available, I think.
All right, so the Raiders pick is up right now. Rod Goodell at the podium.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Elijah Moore too. Just because of the fact that we cut Tyrell Williams.
So y'all go Alex Leatherwood, okay? Alex Leatherwood out of Alabama.
Good one, but is that too high to take Alex Leatherwood though? Because I didn't see him on anybody mock draft in the first round.
So
he's
a guard. So
yeah, so, I'm putting in my 2 week notice, man.
So Julius, what are your thoughts on the Raiders drafting the world's strongest man, Mark Henry?
He sure look like Mark Henry.
If you hadn't traded away Rodney Hudson, which still baffles me, you wouldn't have needed this pick. You could have went defense. We need defense. We can't stop the ball on running or passing. We need defense. He's a good player, but dumb pick. I mean, it was a pick we didn't need. We need defense.
Well,
we cannot stop the ball. That's our biggest thing. Teams hang 20 on us easy. 20 plus easy. I mean,
it seems to me like y'all want to run a football, man. That's what it seems like to me. So adding this guy right here, losing Rodney Hudson to Arizona,
We didn't even have to lose Hudson. We traded Hudson for what? For nothing. Gruden just dismantled the entire offensive line, dismantled the defensive line, brought in guys who really just never really proved themselves. They're solid players, but they're not game changers. Then we had a quiet offseason. Really didn't all these safeties, cornerbacks that was out there, linebackers, we didn't bring not one soul in. Not one. So it's like at this point, are you really trying to win or like what are you trying to do? Because an offensive lineman is not going to help you win. He's not going to get butts in the seat. I mean, it's not going to help reinvigorate the franchise. So, what are you really set out to try to do?
Yeah. Anna says, wow, look at all Alabama players getting drafted. Well, it's not a surprise. Alabama, like them or not, they're one of the best teams in the country. They recruit some of the best talent in the country, and they always have a bunch of top draft picks coming out every single year. So that's
it's not an accident. Yeah, it's not an accident. These Alabama guys getting up in getting drafted. It ain't no accident.
Yeah. So I mean, we see the Dolphins on the clock right now. Their pick is in, and we already got Waddle earlier in the draft. And now they're trying to get someone else. So what do y'all think they're going to do here? You got Tua Tagovailoa, even though there's a lot of question marks about him. You're not going to get a quarterback here. You got yourself a wide receiver, somebody that complements Devontae Parker. So are you looking defense? Maybe another linebacker, maybe offensive lineman. What do you think the Dolphins need to do here? What about a running back?
I think this might be Najee Harris right here, to be honest with you. That's what I'm thinking. I had Najee Harris going to the Jets at 23, but yeah, this Najee Harris I'm thinking for sure.
If it's not Harris, you got to look at that D line. That's it because they have a nice secondary.
Yeah.
So good young linebackers. So I mean, it'll have to be that D line or the O line.
Yeah. I mean, to me, they need that running back. They need. I mean, when King and Drake left. When they sent him to Arizona, there's been a huge void at the running back position for them. You know, like I mean, you had like a couple players, you know, to come in, but I think you need a running back here.
But didn't they bring in Matt Breida from San Francisco?
Yeah, they did. They did.
Okay, so they got Jaelan Phillips, defensive end. So pass rushing is a priority.
Makes
here.
sense.
So nothing wrong.
Miami.
Yeah,
so
so that definitely was a good pick. Let me get y'all thoughts on the brother. You know what I'm saying, Jaelan Phillips. Julius, you're a big Miami fan. I'm pretty sure you followed this kid's career, watching and being a fan of Miami. What do you think he will bring to the Dolphins?
Like I said earlier, man, the dude, he's a great pass rusher. He can help stop the run. I mean, tons of energy. Very strong, productive guy. I mean, I've seen him beat double teams. I mean, the dude can ball. Yeah. He has speed, so if a quarterback tries to run out to the outside, he has speed. He can get after you. Yeah. So he can contain quarterbacks. I mean, like the footage here, just look at him. The dude is a monster. Yeah. He's a baller.
I think they got a lot of parallels between him and Chase Young from Washington.
Yeah.
Same kind of size, same weight, do some of the same things.
Yeah, inside, outside. He can chase a quarterback down. I mean, look at him. The dude motor is ridiculous.
Yeah. Alfred Andrews said, for fun, TJ, what if the Saints got Najee Harris to go with Kamara? That would be a good 1-2 punch, but in reality, I don't see that happening, man. The Saints got bigger fish to fry to be playing around and, like I said, lollygagging and pussyfooting around trying to get guys that they don't even really need. You need a cornerback here, man. You need somebody that's on the opposite side of Rashawn Slater that can be able to neutralize receivers, even if they're not shut down corners. At this point, I don't think any of the guys that you're going to get this late in the draft are going to be shut down, but you need somebody that's credible on the opposite side. You know what I'm saying? Now you got guys like Greg Newsome II, also Caleb Farley. Guys are much taller in size. I think Greg Newsome is 6'1", Caleb Farley 6'2". So you got two guys out there that have some great length, and also Asante Samuel Jr., who is still available. So still a lot of good cornerbacks out there. Teams need other positions leading up to number 28. I think the Saints haven't gotten aggressive because maybe they like the way the draft is going right now.
You know what though, Tim? What would make me happy is if we actually traded up to the Saints spot and gave them just a few extra picks, and we go and get Asante Samuel Jr. later in the first round. But that ain't gonna happen. Gruden doesn't think like that. Him and Mayock, they don't think like that. Now McKenzie would have did it, but them two, nah. It's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, Tyro says Dolphins picking Phillips. Okay, I guess you was talking about the draft pick. So Tyro been keeping us up to date on the picks. Jared says, all right, Redskins on the clock. The football team is on the clock right now. No Mac Jones, no Justin Fields, no Trevor Lawrence, no Trey Lance.
Next quarterback. Yeah, quarterback that's available, I think, that's on the best available might be Kyle Trask. I think that might be the next quarterback that clearly second round.
That's not saying much, my friend. That's not saying much.
No, maybe not much. That's a standing statue right there.
Right. So you're not going to get Robo Sack. So what are you going to do? So you're not going to get Rob Johnson Jr. So what are you looking at, man? I mean, you already got your cornerstone pass rusher in Chase Young.
They got a hell of a D line. They got a D line.
Yeah,
they got a D line. They can stay intact for about 10 years. Sacking folks. So,
I mean, their biggest need is quarterback. And who do they have at running back?
That's a good question.
I forget the name. Gibson. I think they have a run. I think his last name
Gibson.
Yeah, Antonio Gibson.
I think that was their running back. So I don't know how they feel about him. So.
What about Najee Harris here? Najee Harris, maybe?
I could see Harris
going take some pressure off a quarterback. I'll tell you that, but help off a quarterback because this was Najee Harris.
Najee, maybe?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
because they got a pretty solid secondary. It's a little mix of old and young, but unless they decide to go linebacker, is there any good linebackers left in this draft?
What they got to do? They got Nick Bolton.
I'm saying that's first round worthy.
Yeah, Nick Bolton out of Missouri.
Linebacker out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Whose name I can't pronounce to save my life.
You still got the real Cox, who's available out of LSU. So, I mean, you got some first round worthy linebackers still available. Will teams pull the trigger? I don't know. I mean, how many linebackers have gone? Like two? Parsons and Zaven Collins, right? So,
yeah, just those two.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
And so the football team, man, I mean, great performance in the postseason, man. I mean, probably gave the world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers like the biggest scare out of any team they played. That includes the Saints and the Packers. Still a lot of question marks at the quarterback position. You're not going to get your franchise quarterback here. But I mean, you still got Ryan Fitzpatrick, who can play a little bit. But right now, I'm thinking Najee Harris. Man.
I agree. I think this might be a Najee Harris. Might see that man walk. I don't even know if he's at the draft. I don't think so. But yeah, I could probably see them taking Najee Harris.
Okay, so no Najee Harris here. They got Jamin Davis out of Kentucky. Okay.
Okay. That's not bad, Pete.
I don't know, man. I mean, I gotta take a look here.
The name of the draft. That is the greatest name in the draft. And how you name Jamin and you're not a good football player, or basketball player, or something like that. Jamin, for goodness sake.
I'm looking at the teams. I need to look at the draft order here. And if anybody have it in front of them, feel free. I want to look at the draft, and I want to see where would be a good spot for teams available to get a Najee Harris. So I'm gonna try to see if I can take a look and look at the draft order of the 2021 draft. Even though I know some teams kind of moved around a little bit.
So what about the Steelers? Steelers at number 24. I don't think they traded up. Steelers might be a good landing spot for Najee Harris because they got rid of Connor. They don't have him anymore. Maybe they want to rededicate themselves to the run game. I'm looking at other teams. It's pretty bare. I mean, it's pretty. Colts have their running back at Giants and Taylor. Right. I mean, we already know who the Titans have.
Giants got Saquon.
We know what Cleveland got.
So we know what Minnesota had with Dalvin Cook. Yeah. So I mean, 24 would be the spot for Najee. You know what I'm saying? So if you're the Steelers, no need to move. Maybe the Jaguars. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, you picked before the Jaguars, right? Mm-hmm. Cleveland, they already got. I mean, Cleveland got a two-headed monster out there right now.
And them in the league right now.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And 27, Baltimore Ravens. I mean, you got J.K. Dobbins, so no problem there. You know, the Saints are not going to do it. At number 29, we know that the Packers might not do it. They just Aaron Jones. They signed Aaron Jones.
Yeah. Buffalo might be interesting too. They got Devin Singletary, but I mean, I don't see him. Yeah, I don't see him ever producing 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
So Najee Harris really can help out Buffalo, especially the way he catch the ball out of the backfield. I think it's Steelers and Buffalo.
Well, you know, I thought like somebody like maybe like Travis Etienne would end up going to Buffalo because I thought Najee Harris would be gone. So you have Devin Singletary, like you said, probably will never be that 1,000-yard back, but he can catch the ball out of the backfield. And we know the theme. A lot of teams want to go with that thunder and lightning type of dynamic, right? You have the sledgehammer running back, followed by the complimentary third down back, who can also run between the tackles and catch the ball out of the backfield, kind of a la that of an Alvin Kamara. So wouldn't be surprised if Najee Harris is not there at 30. You see the Buffalo Bills get a guy like a Travis Etienne. Because defensively, I mean, they don't have many holes in their defense. I mean, their defense is pretty legit.
Yeah. I'm trying to bring back that old Giants mode. They had Brandon Jacobs,
and Ahmad Bradshaw, exactly. Damian Green. Speaking of which, man, the Giants are on the clock right now. That boy, the king of them segues. Anyway, it says this is the new NFL running back. Don't get drafted in the first round no more. It starts. I'm the second round these days. I guess he's talking about running backs. Yeah, man, running backs. I don't understand, man, why people don't look at running backs as a need position. I guess they feel like anybody can do it, which I disagree.
Yep.
I think it takes a special player to play at a high level of a running back. I just think that teams look at the way the NFL is structured now. Everybody wants to throw the football. Everybody wants to go out here and air it out. Everybody wants the exciting splash plays. And people are not really attracted to the 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore. EJ's favorite type of football. You know what I'm saying?
I like that old line play, punching that line or whatever. You punch somebody in the stomach enough times, they ain't gonna want to fight no more.
Yeah.
Nope. They give up. They're gonna bow down quick.
Yeah.
That's the one pick about the Raiders that I did like is when we got Jacobs.
Yeah.
He was underrated. He was sadly under the radar because people were looking at Najee because Najee was coming in, backing him up here and there. Yeah. He was doing his thing, but Jacobs was balling, even in college. And he's transitioned over very well into the pros. His style of play, he's physical, but he has just enough finesse to make you miss on a juke. So I mean, I love his style of play.
Yeah, he the closest thing, you know what I'm saying? Like he reminds me of Mark Ingram. Right? The way that he plays, he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he's deceptively fast, and you know what I'm saying? Like he's deceptively elusive as well. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I can appreciate. But man, we talked about the the Giants. Their pick is in right now. The Giants, man, I don't know, bro. I don't know what they played pretty tough down the stretch. Came down to them winning one more game, possibly make the playoffs. I mean, in a sorry, pathetic division that was the NFC East. But what do you do here, man?
6-10.
What do you do here, man? Pass rush, quarterback. What are we doing, man?
I think cornerback. I think cornerback. They might go after Asante Samuel Jr.
That might be I mean, defensive end might be somebody. They got the guy Rousseau, I believe that's his name, from Miami. Kind of just like Jaelan Phillips, kind of built similar to him. Yeah, around 6'6". They just showed Kwity Paye, the dude from Michigan. Right. 4'4" and a 40 defensive end. So that might be somebody they can probably get to. But
yeah.
These defensive linemen, I don't know what they're eating these days, but I mean, these defensive ends, I mean, they running like some horses out here. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, some of the DNs from Miami, man. I mean,
yeah.
They were having to play a little bit of coverage every now and then, just because of the teams that we went up against. They were having to play a little coverage, so. I mean, Gregory, I hate he didn't play this year because him on the opposite side of Phillips. Ooh.
Yeah, well, Roger Goodell is at the podium again. He's about to announce the Giants pick. So let's see what we got here.
What is this thing they doing with the fans?
I don't know.
Putting the fans in this at-home chair, the same chair he was. I don't know why they doing it. But it don't make no sense to me.
Okay, so they're going with Kadarius Toney, man, wide receiver out of Florida.
Okay.
So Kadarius Toney, not James Lights Out Tony, Kadarius. Kadarius, who sounds absolutely nothing like James Lights Out Tony, but nevertheless, he definitely been lights out throughout the season. He, you know what I'm saying, explosive, great route runner. You know what I'm saying, can catch. And it has the possibility of being that number one receiver that New York needs. I mean, you already got Kenny Golladay, who I feel like is extremely underrated. And now you add Toney here as well, man. So what do you think about him, man? Watching him in the SEC?
I think he's a good wide receiver for what they need. About 5'11", maybe, or somewhere around 200 pounds. Speedster. Florida used to use him kind of like they use Percy Harvin. I had Percy Harvin all in the backfield, running all kind. They had different ways to use him at Florida. So maybe if they can do the same thing with New York, they could take some of that pressure off of Landry Jones. Well, not Landry Jones, off the quarterback Jones. Take some of the pressure off of him and Saquon Barkley. So maybe they could do that.
Well,
that's an interesting take.
This should be interesting, man. You know, like first off, man, the Giant fans, look, y'all have absolutely nothing, you know what I'm saying, to be sitting up here hooing and hawing about. Like anything that they decide to bring on y'all team would be an upgrade because y'all been an absolute disgrace for quite some time now. So no disrespect to y'all. Understand that y'all got a rich tradition, multiple times Super Bowl champions, beat the undefeated Patriots. But let's just be real here, man. Y'all haven't been much. If the head coaching job been a revolving door, defense can't stop a nosebleed. Offense can't score points. You don't know what you got with Daniel Jones. So this guy right here, like at least you got somebody that can possibly be an explosive player, help you out in the special teams, help you out in the offensive game, maybe help Daniel Jones look like something of a decent quarterback. So please, like, come on, man. Like, I get it. Y'all never happy. Y'all never satisfied. You're New Yorkers, right? You're New Yorkers, right? But at the end of the day, come on, man. Be serious about this thing. Tyree says if the Titans don't take a corner, we should be good, man. Well, look, you still got some corners out there. Like I said, I'm looking at the draft right now. I mean, you still got the Colts. You got the Tennessee Titans. You got the Minnesota Vikings. You got the Pittsburgh Steelers. I can think of other things they need other than cornerback play out of all the teams that I just named. So I'm not too concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? You still got three good corners that you can choose from. Asante Samuel Jr., Greg Newsome, Caleb Farley. And according to sources right now, according to Adam Schefter, Caleb Farley is actually falling due to the fact that he had 2 back surgeries, man. So teams are kind of like skeptical about that. And it makes me wonder, like, I understand COVID-19 is a serious thing. I understand that people get sick. You know what I'm saying? He said it was asymptomatic, but I'm wondering to myself, how early or how recently did he have back surgery? And maybe him showing up to, to the draft, it might be noticeable or something like that. So maybe I think Drew Rosenhaus is his agent. Maybe he was advised to maybe stay at home, and maybe they came up with him being at home with COVID. I don't know, man. It's just funny to me how you just recently had back surgery, but you're not showing up to the draft due to the fact that you had COVID. I'm not crying wolf. I'm not saying he crying wolf, but it's interesting.
That's an interesting take that you said. What's more interesting that nobody knew about that. Everything about the draft. These boys, they know how good your credit is, from how your health is, all this other kind of stuff. For them not to know that this dude had back surgery, I don't believe it.
Yeah, Keen Arthur, man, what's going on, man? We see you, bad. You know what I'm saying? Look, my bad. I ain't mean to shock you. You know what I'm saying? But
you good kept me slipping. You hear me?
Yeah. Hey man, you was out there, man. You know what I'm saying? You were looking at the TV. But nevertheless, man, what you think about the draft so far?
What I think, bro, I'm shocked, to be honest with you, bro. There's a lot of dudes still sitting out there that I thought would have been on.
Yeah.
Are you surprised Collins went where he went?
Yeah, to go to the Cardinals, absolutely, man. I would have thought that he would have got drafted by another team. But the Cardinals was a little bit of shock, man. Like I said, they drafted Isaiah Simmons last year. Isaiah Simmons started to come on towards the end of the season. So that's going to be a dangerous duo, out there in Arizona. Isaiah Simmons going into his second year, and you combine that with Zaven Collins. My goodness, man. Arizona might have two of the best linebackers in football over the next 4 to 5 years, man. No doubt about that. I'm sorry to see him go, man, but I'm not surprised at all. I think the Cardinals saw what I see in this guy. Unless he gets injured, this guy's going to be a real special player. Really, really special.
You know why they did that, though, Tim?
Why did they do it, Julius?
You got to think about it. You got Seattle sitting out there with Russell Wilson. That offense, they're really a running back away. Right. Then you got the 49ers coming back fully healthy. The offense that they can put together, that defense, then Kittle is damn near unguardable.
Yeah.
What's the wide receiver name for Deebo Samuels? Broke out. Dude, ball. Then you got to look. The Rams just went and read up when they got rid of Goff, who stunk up the joint, and got Stafford. Stafford can push the ball. Yeah. That's a hellified defense right there. So they had to do something to try to compete. The Rams didn't have a top scoring offense, but they were able to produce points. And the Seahawks, they can produce points, but the Seahawks defense started letting them down late in the season. The 49ers, everybody know they can produce points. They can run for 200 on you in a heartbeat, just like that. So, they had to do something to try to shore up the middle of that field because they don't have the best secondary. All they have is Murphy Jr. and Buda Baker, but Murphy is not the fastest. So he get the white wide receiver. That's Toe City right there.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. You better be able to combat what the competition is doing. You don't play to play other teams. You play to try to win within your division. So I can completely understand that. Leanne, supporter of the State of the Saints, says, if you can't say amen, say ouch. Eli was my favorite quarterback for years, but the Giants haven't been much in a few years. That's the understatement of a decade, Leanne. Look, you gotta call a spade, man. We don't sugarcoat around here, man. We call it for what it is here. You know what I'm saying? If you want people waving the pom-poms and talk about how great the Saints are when they do stupid things, or you don't want to talk about a team been lacking, this is the wrong podcast for you. You know what I'm saying? We keep it 100 here on the State of the Saints podcast, and the Giants have not been good. They stink. But
they weren't that great when they weren't great when they had Eli. Eli was trash. Eli was a product of that defense in the run game they had. Eli was trash.
Kawhi Payne goes from Michigan, goes to the Colts. So Colts gives themselves another pass rusher. Then Eric Armstead that they acquired from the 49ers, signing him as a free agent last year. and now you have Payne who can go on the opposite side. So it seems like to me they're trying to get that Freeney Mathis thing going out there. You also have Muhammad, who actually was drafted by the Saints. He actually got re-signed by the Arizona Cardinals, man. So congratulations to him. Which pretty confirming that the New Orleans Saints back in 2017 had one of the greatest draft classes of all time, man. So all those guys end up getting paid. Everybody in that draft, for except I want to say Alex Leatherwood, maybe. You know what I'm saying? He was like the only odd man out. Everybody else pretty much got a good bit amount of money. I mean, Trey Hendrickson going to Cincinnati. So don't be interesting, man.
You wouldn't lie when you said Trey Hendrickson was going to go chase that bag.
I told man, look, bro. Look, a clock is right twice a day. You know what I'm saying? I got to just leave it at that. A dead clock is right twice a day. I knew it, man. Like, I knew at the beginning of the season, like, Trey Hendrickson was going to be something special. I knew that he was going to have a good season when everybody was talking about the Saints getting clowny at the time. But let's talk about their
clown.
Yeah,
that bus.
Literally and figuratively.
But I wouldn't. And Cleveland didn't Cleveland sign him?
Man, I went get that boy.
I think Cleveland signed Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, I mean,
they signed. I'm talking about they signed Cloudy. Cleveland signed.
Yeah. He's not going to be required to just go out there and ball out because you got Myles Garrett on the other side. You got
like he was going to do it anyway. He didn't do it with J.J. Watt.
True. You got Sheldon Richardson in the middle and stuff too. I mean, they got a good D line, so I mean, anything extra from him would just be a bonus. But that dude has not been able to live up to his
mediocre, like he been.
He hadn't lived up to his college career at all. Like his highlight tape from college, high school, dude never lived up to it. Like he got to the league, got that check, got content. It was a wrap.
Yeah, man. Let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit. Let's talk about the Indianapolis Colts, man. They just made their pick with the Whitty Payne. The Colts were a really good team. They get to the wild card round, lose to the Buffalo Bills. They had Phillip Rivers. Now they got Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz in familiar territory. Frank Wright, his former offensive coordinator when he had his successful season in Philly. Do you think the Indianapolis Colts have done enough or will do enough in this draft by getting another pass rush to help them get over that hump? I mean, they got a really good offensive line, a lot of young receivers, young secondary. Can the Indianapolis Colts be that dark horse team coming out the AFC?
Probably so. I mean, there's possibly a good chance of them. I don't see them climbing up over Buffalo. I think Buffalo. I think they're in it for the long haul. The long haul or whatever. I see them fighting with the Chiefs for AFC supremacy for the next 5 to 8 years. I don't see nobody, even Pittsburgh going 12-0 earlier last year, looking like they're about to beat everybody. I see Buffalo and the Chiefs being that 1 and 2. I don't see the Colts breaking through that. I mean, I could be surprised, but I really don't think so.
Now, I'll give you an interesting take, E. If this team comes back healthy, because they missed one person that changed the whole landscape. If the Chargers come back healthy, watch out. And I'm not a Charger fan, but that defense, that defense, but I can't get his name right.
Ingram and Bosa.
Yeah, that dude, Derwin James alone changed the whole complexion of their season. When he went down, I mean, you look at the number of games they lost by 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. He was a difference maker.
Yeah, he is. He always been like that too.
Him playing in those games in previous years against the Chiefs and stuff made a big difference. Stop the run, can play the pass, can cover, can man you up, can zone you up. And I mean, Indy, their best bet was last season. Now they have a great young team. Their best bet was last season with Phillip Rivers. Only with Phillip Rivers at the helm. That was their best bet because mentally, you don't know what Carson Wentz you're going to get.
I think you're going to get a better version of Carson Wentz. I really do.
You might get a broken down, defeated Carson Wentz, or you might get the Wentz who was on the verge of winning the MVP before he tore his knee up.
Tennessee Titans have yet to put their pick in. Are they listening to trades? Maybe. But anyway, look. I kind of disagree with what you said, Julius. This is how I feel. Philadelphia, their fan base, they're a rabid fan base.
Yeah, they fan base
they
runs
have
a
no
lot.
patience. They complain about everything. Like I said, they famously known for booing Santa Claus here. They don't have any patience. You go to a team in Indianapolis, to me, Indianapolis is a blue-collar town. You know what I'm saying? Like, they work to the sweat of their brow. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love their team, but I feel like it's the right environment. You know what I'm saying? Him coming out of somewhere like North Dakota. This is a perfect place for him. So, you align him with Frank Wright, a guy, like I said, he had most of his success with Frank Wright as his coordinator. He comes into there. You have no excuses, Julius. Like none. Like
true.
You can't say, "Oh man, Doug Peterson didn't do this for me. Doug Peterson didn't give him this. Doug Peterson didn't give him a receiver." You got receivers. You got the best offensive line in football. You got a really good defense. If you don't ball out this season, if you don't go out here and ball out, then Carson Wentz needs to exit the NFL. This is the best situation ever going to be in since they won that Super Bowl back in 2017.
So let me ask you this, and we're going to X the Texans out because their season is a wrap.
Yeah.
Do you think that team is good enough to beat Tennessee twice?
Yes.
In one season?
I think so. I think they was probably good enough to beat them last year or whatever. That defense of theirs is I think they got a good defense, and they adding to it. But
they blew Tennessee out one game. They blew them out.
Yeah, they did. They split. They split, but I'm saying, do you think they can knock them out twice in the season? Now I know it's hard as hell to stop Derrick Henry. It's damn near impossible to stop that man. When he get going, just get the hell out the way. Don't even try to hit him. Just move, because he like a Mack truck coming.
Look,
but like you said, when they blew them out, I think they were able to get a lot of pressure on Tannehill and force him to throw some turnovers. So I mean, you got a point there, but I don't know. You're right, Tim. They do have a lot, but the question is, do you think Wentz can handle that pressure? Because of the way that team is built, is basically like, dude, we need to win now. Ain't no time for you to come in here and try to get to know the offense and none of this. Nah, this team ready, like you said, young D-line, hell of an offensive line, young defense. They got the offensive weapons at running back, wide receiver. What you gonna do?
So Caleb Farley, man, Caleb Farley just went. I'll let E hit.
The Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
All right.
Boy, my TV late.
So Caleb Farley,
my TV like 30 seconds late.
Going to the Titans. So the Titans have gotten what the Saints have wanted twice, right? They got Caleb Farley, and in the offseason they got Janoris Jenkins because the Saints couldn't pay him. So there you have it, man. Caleb Farley going to the Tennessee Titans. They still got two cornerbacks out there. Pretty much going to be Asante Samuel Jr. or Greg Newsome II. So I'm looking at this draft right now. We're at pick number 23. I see the Minnesota Vikings. I think they may need something else, maybe offensive lineman, maybe a defensive line or something like that. Pittsburgh probably getting a running back. Jacksonville, I can see them possibly picking a corner. The New Orleans Saints, I don't know, man. You know, maybe we're about to get angry. Maybe we're about to get angry.
I think one thing you could depend on the Saints doing. One thing you can depend on the Saints doing is picking the best available, I think. And I think what was on that board that's the best available that fits their needs. Huh?
For them. Not even.
Yeah, for them. Yeah. For them. I mean, best available. So I think that's who they're going to pick, regardless if it's a cornerback, if it's a linebacker, all of us, if it's an offensive lineman, which I don't think it will be, but whoever's available, that's the best available. I think that's who they're going to get at this point.
Yeah. New Orleans Saints, we need to get Asante Samuel Jr. Looking like they're about to do that. That'll Greg Newsome if he's not off the board. How are the Minnesota Vikings back on the clock? Well, they traded. They traded with another team.
Yeah, they traded earlier with who was it jumped up? I forgot who it was. Somebody jumped up and they traded their pick.
The Bears jumped up.
Yeah, the Bears. It was the Bears when they got when they got Fields. Yep. Because if they hadn't done that, Fields would have put a question mark for the Patriots between Fields and Mac Jones.
Man, I understand that a lot of the Saints fans are probably bummed out. Some of them wanted Caleb Farley. We did a poll, Julius and E, on the State of the Saints podcast Twitter page, and I asked the question out of the 4 individuals, who would you rather select? Honestly, man, 34%, it was tied at 34%. 34% said Caleb Farley. The other 34% says Greg Newsome II out of Northwestern. So even though Caleb Farley is gone, you still have Greg Newsome out here. You still have Asante Samuel Jr. You still have other players, man, that if you're not comfortable and not happy or satisfied with the cornerback, there's always the second round. You can get yourself a linebacker or something like that. I mean, Tyson Campbell is still out there, the cornerback out of Georgia. So many different scenarios. Yeah, so many different scenarios, man. I'm not too concerned about that, man. So I guess we got to talk about the Minnesota Vikings here, man. Minnesota Vikings, my goodness. They need help on defense. I'm looking D-line here. I mean, they couldn't stop anybody, man. I think we all can remember that classic Christmas Day game when Alvin Kamara ran for 6 touchdowns on them. I mean, it was just embarrassing to watch, man. Them bitches get sliced up like that. Offensively, I think they're fine, man. You got Justin Jefferson, you got Adam Thielen, you got Dalvin Cook, and you know what I'm saying? But I think they got to go defense here, man. You got Patrick Peterson in the offseason, you know what I'm saying? You got yourself a seasoned veteran. Maybe they probably go and try to get a cornerback here too, man, and maybe compliment Patrick Peterson. What do you think? Defense. We're talking defense, man.
Defense sure needs to. I think they need to address defense. I mean, get you somebody to pair with Danielle Hunter, maybe. I mean, or get you somebody to go with Harrison Smith in the backfield. But yeah, you go defense. Not picking up. I mean, what offensive players are left for you to pick that you feel like still have value? You don't need Najee Harris. You got one of the best running backs in the league already. You got 2 of the best young wide receivers in the league. I mean, there's no value for a number 2 tight end after Kyle Pitts. So what are you going to do besides defense right here?
Yeah, I think you definitely got to go defense, man. If you're smart, if you're not high, you're not snorting that stuff that Miami Dolphin coach was smoking a couple of years ago. I think you got to go defense. It's just what it is, man. Like, they couldn't stop anybody, man. Like, they could not stop anybody when it came to running the football. Offensively, I mean, look, Kirk Cousins is Kirk Cousins. He's going to be up and down. He is what he is. But you have so many dynamic players around you, around him, and around their organization offensively. I think you'll be able to put up points against some of the best teams in the league. You got to focus on the defense. And you also have to look at Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer's calling card has always been defense. I mean, the fact that his defense is one of the worst in the league, it got to leave a bad taste in his mouth, especially a guy who specializes in that particular position. So I think they got to go defense here, man. No doubt about it.
It got to be a D lineman. Yeah, that's about the only thing that make any sense. D lineman.
Yeah, man. I mean, that boy Cliff Kingsbury, he talk about Cliff Kingsbury crib, man. That mother laid it out.
That boy had a nice crib.
Yeah, didn't he though?
Yeah, it is right there.
Didn't he though? That was man. That's good stuff right there, man. That laid out. New Orleans Saints says Harris would be a good pick. Not gonna lie, but we need a cornerback or a linebacker. I don't know, man. We can speculate all day, but the Saints gonna do it.
Hey Tim, I'm gonna get ready to bounce after this pick, man.
Okay, so yeah, I appreciate it, Julius, man. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Looking forward to seeing what those Raiders gonna do.
Don't bother. Don't bother, sir.
Hey, man, but real talk, man, this has been my friend for over 15 years, man. We started out at Jackson State University together. Guys like my brother, man, I love him to death. Julius, thank you so much, man. Have a good night, man. I salute you, my brother. I'll hit you up on the group chat.
Hey, hopefully Smeet is watching. I just want to tell him I see his shoes.
I see your shoes. Inside joke right there, Julius. Thank you so much, man.
All right, man. All right.
All right,
man.
Yeah, that's Julius, man. My guy, man. Yeah, man. Like, we've been holding down 15 years of friendship right there, man. You ought to know, man. Shouts out to Drum, man. I'm pretty sure he probably watching it somewhere. Been your friend for over 30 years. Yeah, man. So definitely know, man, what those friendships are all about, man. But the draft continues. Darren Shaw just went to the Minnesota Vikings. I thought it was a really good pick. You need some defensive players, and this guy can man the middle for these guys. So looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, Darren Shaw. They get the offensive lineman out of Virginia Tech. Big dude, 6'6", offensive tackle. Right. So he's going to protect Kirk Cousins' blind side right here. So I kind of thought this pick would have been Jaelan Phillips, but Jaelan Phillips, somebody already got him already. So I guess they feel a need right here, and you're getting down to the latter part of the first round. And so, they wanted to get somebody to help their team out. So got the Steelers being the next pick now.
Yeah, so, I mean, you definitely need somebody right there, man. Shouts out to Ryan G. Said this is Patrick Robinson's season. I hope that. I hope that, man. I really hope not, man. No disrespect to Patrick Robinson, but the guy can't stay healthy. He just can't, man.
Now, I have a question. If the Steelers do not get Najee Harris here, do the Jacksonville Jaguars obtain Najee Harris after them? That's the question that I have. I didn't think about Jacksonville, but
good question,
Jacksonville
man.
Reach up and get Najee Harris?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, man. I mean, they lost Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette didn't pan out the way that they thought he would. Very interesting, man. But I think you got to pick him here, man. I think you got to go with Najee Harris. Najee Harris is the closest thing you're going to find to that of a Le'Veon Bell, man. I mean, so you got to be able to get this guy. You got to get
big running back that can catch the ball as naturally as him out the backfield. I mean, they don't have a lot of running backs his size that can catch the ball like this out the backfield. So I think, I mean, you take a running back like him if you able.
Yeah, man. Shouts out to Carrie, man. Shouts out to Carrie. A good friend of my wife's. What I'm saying. Shouts out to Isha, man. They came visit me and my wife about a month and a half ago, man. Shouts out to him, man. He graduated from University of Alabama. I know he's watching right now. I know he's excited about all those Alabama players. Man, shouts out to you, brother, man. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the NFL draft. But let's see. Greg says, please no. I don't know. Yeah, all right. So Najee Harris, man, going to Pittsburgh. Perfect pick right here. Man, rocking that turtleneck with the got the black dynamite suit on, like with the suede. Very nice, I'm saying? I ain't seen nobody rocking no turtleneck in a long time, man. Oh my goodness. This is beautiful. What is that? Velvet?
With the velvet suit. With the velvet blazer.
This is that crushed velvet.
What color is that?
Velvet?
What is that? Plum velvet?
What is that?
Boy
velvet? Yeah, that boy clean, man.
So maybe this is a rededication of the Steelers to get back to running the ball.
Somebody said Vito in the house says he's about to pick a punter. I hope that.
No.
He pick a punter, man. The show castle. Hey, shouts out to Mom, man. Mama in here, man. She says not Jones brothers in the house. Hi guys. Hey, Ma, if you feel up to it,
hey, Ma.
you know what I'm saying? You can come on the show too, man. If you're up to it, I know you're tired, probably in the bed. You know what I'm saying? But if you up and you just walking around, feel free to be a part of the show. But anyway, New Orleans Saints says Harris is another Henry. Well, that's exactly what the Pittsburgh Steelers need. Pittsburgh Steelers, they need that type of running back. There's an identity at running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got to be tough. You got to be physical. And, what I'm saying, I think he checks all those marks, man. So, but, man, this is falling, man. This is falling very, very good for the New Orleans Saints, man. I'm telling you, man, like Jacksonville, maybe Travis Etienne here.
Yeah, that might be a interesting take too. I mean, that might be a good idea for them to take Travis Etienne. I think that would be a good pick for Jacksonville. You basically starting over from scratch. You just drafted your quarterback of the future in this draft. So, I mean, you need a lot of people in this draft for the Jacksonville Jaguars. You still building. So, yeah, they're going to need a running back, maybe another wide receiver, and they're going to have to focus on some defense. You got Cam Robinson as your offensive tackle. So that's a good offensive tackle right there. So you do have something to build on. So Travis Etienne might be a good selection right here.
Yeah, I think you want to go run it back, man. But they definitely need some help in the secondary as well, man. I mean, you lost I don't think A.J. Boye is out there anymore. Jalen Ramsey's out there with the Rams. So maybe you want to go cornerback here, man. Wouldn't surprise me at all. By John Simon says, I hope Jabril Cox or Newsome. I think you got to go cornerback here, man. Like I said, if the linebacker isn't I guess like a cornerstone type player that you see in the next couple of years, I think you definitely got to go cornerback here, man. You can't be messing around with this. Isaac, what's up, man? I got little Isaac up in here says, what up, my two cousins? What's going on, man? The Buccaneers about to pick, man. So the Buccaneers going to pick last, man. So what you think about that? Who you think they're going to pick? King C3 says, too, what do you think about Davenport's fifth-year option? I think it's a smart thing for the Saints to do, what you're doing right now, picking up a fifth-year option is guaranteeing that you're going to be with your team for 2 more years. So that gives you this year, next year, what I'm saying, to be able to figure out exactly, do you want to pay this dude or let him go? So I don't have an issue with it at all. It's not like you paying him out like you just paying him a whole bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's pretty much, like you're really trying to give this guy an opportunity to right the wrongs of what happened early in his career with all these injuries and having that bad season last year. It was a good pick due to Big Ben injuries. Yeah, man. Look, they still got Dwayne Haskins out there too, man. Like, don't get it twisted, man. The guy has some talent, right? I know it didn't always show. I just think that he was in a bad environment. I think him leaving the football team is going to help him. I really do. So you still got him. You still got Dwayne Haskins out there, and you have Najee Harris who can run in between the tackles. So ought to be interesting, man. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. They're on the clock. Their pick is in. So I'm thinking running back, man. I think you're about to see a running back or a cornerback go off the board right now. Would surprise me if they get anything else. I think they're good at linebacker. You still got Miles Jack out there holding it down. You still got. You got defensive end out of LSU. You also got I want to say Jared Allen, right? The guy out of Alabama, right? Don't you know who did they get out? I think they got a guy out of Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. I can't think of his name,
talking
man.
About Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle out of Alabama. You talking about him?
I think his last name Allen, though. The Allen guy. I don't know exactly what I'm talking about here, but I gotta look it up, man. Sorry to all my Jaguar fans out there. Where my frat brother Jamie G at, man? He a Jaguar fan, but let me take a look at the Jaguars. Let me take a look at what they actually have, man. Seems like Jacksonville picking every few minutes. Shoot. Maybe is it every time I look down, I look up the Jaguars on the clock. Let's see. Let's look at their linebackers and what they actually have here. They got Miles Jack. It's another guy, man. I can't think of his name. But anyway, I think he came from Alabama. But somebody help me out here, man. Somebody let me know who the linebackers for the Jacksonville Jaguars are. Dewan 15 said Jag just been eating the clock up. Well, the pick is in right now, right? So they're about to come shortly. They got CJ Henderson. I completely forgot about him. They got Chase on, you know what I'm saying? They got Trevor Lawrence. So might not want to go cornerback here. You might be looking at your running back, guy that can run in between the tackles that can help out a guy like Trevor Lawrence, or maybe get yourself an offensive lineman in this draft right here. Offensive lineman.
I mean, who better to put
Josh
with
Allen.
Trevor Lawrence?
Josh Allen. Yeah. Thank you, Josh Allen. Thank you very much.
Josh Allen. That's the linebacker out of Kentucky they got last year, I believe.
Yeah, Kentucky. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why I thought it was from Alabama.
If they do get Travis Etienne, I mean, obviously the history that Trevor Lawrence and him have at Clemson or whatever. I mean, you coming in, they got a rapport built in. So, I mean, that could be a pick that they anticipate on making right here.
Yeah. Well, it would be smart, and I didn't even think about that. Very, very great assessment right there, man. You know, exactly. With the first pick, first selection, Andrews Pete, dead ass silence. The whole who that nigga should be is pride. All right, we got Roger Goodell going to the podium. Once again, man. This draft right now, man, it's 11:20 Eastern Standard Time out here. Roger Goodell chilling in the seat. in the chair. And man, so I'm tired of walking to that podium.
He's had fans sitting there, but with the Jaguars picking for the second time, he's going to announce this pick from the late.
There you go. So Travis Etienne, man. So there it is. Reunited, and it feels so good. Peaches and Herb back together again. Hey man, somebody, ESPN, look. Y'all need to pay us. You know what I'm saying? This is like the 7 or 8 pick that we done got right on the nose here, man. ESPN, if y'all watching right now, New Orleans Saints media, y'all need to pay your boys right here, okay? We need a show down in New Orleans right here. We've been calling it. We've been batting 100. Let's add Tyra to the group right here. Tyra been knocking it out the park too. Add us to the group. We need our own show right here. Look, I already got the perfect name for it. The Crescent City Connection right here. Right here. Right here. ESPN, look, my phone right here, man. Call me. That's all I gotta say. West says, say Emmanuel and Tim, y'all going to miss Drew Brees. Yeah, of course we're gonna miss Drew Brees. Like, no doubt about that. Yeah, of course, man. Drew Brees, one of the greatest of all time, man. I mean, gotta love him, man. But it was time to move on. He did everything he can do. Couldn't do no more, man. You know, like Moses led the people to the promised land, man. It's time for us to go ahead and march in and try to figure out what we're gonna do. Is it gonna be Jameis? Is it gonna be Taysom? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? So Jeff says Saints should draft Davis Mills in the second or third round, going to be a steal of the draft. So Davis Mills. Yeah.
Quarterback from Stanford, I believe he's talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about Davis Mills
by way of Atlanta. This is a fair comparison. They're comparing Travis Etienne to Alvin Kamara. I think they kind of got similar balance. Both of them hard to tackle. You're not going to tackle Kamara around the shoulders. I think the same could be said about Travis Etienne. I kind of compare him to like Marshall Faulk too, in a lot of ways, a lot of things that he do. He can catch the ball out the backfield, but he does have a lot of balance or whatever for a running back.
Yeah. And I think that you get a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? Like, you drafted Leonard Fournette, but I think Travis Etienne kind of fits that same type of mold.
He's a little smaller. He's a little more versatile than Leonard Fournette. He can take it to the house. Not to say Leonard Fournette can't do that. Obviously, he can. But he can do it in a myriad of ways. He can do it. He can really, stretch the ball out. He can catch out the backfield like a wide receiver almost.
Right. All right, so we got a couple more picks left, man. We got the Cleveland Browns, who I don't feel like about to get no corner. I mean, you got Greedy Williams. Man, I mean, you got yourself, you got Grant Dolpit. You got corners out there, man. You got corners out there. I don't see them going after a cornerback. Baltimore, I can see them probably going at the safety, maybe the safety out of TCU. So I think what you're about to see right now is probably going to be some secondary players come off the board. Julius, we got Julius back. Julius, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. I guess I had a change of plans, so
ain't no problem, man.
Hey, my boy.
Hey, man, come on, hang out, man. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, man, we enjoy you, man. Love the analysis, love the energy, man. See you out there, you know what I'm saying? Smoking on a doobie right there. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. You know
I did get it. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I did get a chance to check out some of the Raiders' Twitter.
Yeah.
Man, them guys, they talking about boycotting the team and Gruden. They like Gruden needs to be fired. Like, nobody is happy with that pick of Leatherwood.
Wow.
Like, dude, we needed defense, whether it was linebacker or corner.
Yeah.
We needed defense. You got rid of the number one center in the league for a third round pick, sent him packing to Arizona.
Yeah.
And I mean, you go and draft a left tackle. You could have got a tackle in the second or third round. You could have still got a quality player in the second or third round.
I mean,
especially in this draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this draft is so deep that, man, this is like one of the years I can literally sit here and say, I don't know every person at every position because your draft is so deep.
Yeah.
So it's like you had your top guys, the ones that did play this season that didn't opt out. You had all those big names, and then after that, it's really just basically a lot of these guys are just roster fillers.
Right. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we got here, man. We got the Browns here. You know, we got the Browns.
I don't know who Cleveland needs.
I'm thinking linebacker. If they get a receiver here, you can say bye-bye to Odell Beckham Jr. You know?
Yeah, O-line, linebacker.
I wouldn't get a receiver. I definitely wouldn't get a receiver. That'll be dumb as hell. Because
maybe offensive line, like
yeah.
You know, maybe offensive line. I can see that.
But I can definitely see linebacker because Mac Jones, what's his name? From Alabama, Mac. He hasn't really just been what they thought he was going to be.
Mac Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, Mac Wilson. He hasn't been the monster that they was hoping he would be.
All right, 26 pick. So Greg Newsome II, another guy that the New Orleans Saints had on their radar. So the New Orleans
they plan
Saints
to pair him up with Denzel Ward.
So the New Orleans Saints yet again have not moved up.
He will make a good third cornerback because they still got Greedy and Denzel.
They're looking more and more like an offensive. I'm thinking here, man, they're about to get themselves a linebacker. I mean, the only cornerback I can see them getting is Asante Samuel Jr.
Now the Ravens here.
Not unless
obviously the Ravens here.
I think
Ravens don't have Thomas no more, so you're forgetting about that guy from TCU that we said Dallas might be able to get.
That's what I said. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm thinking they're about to get this safety.
Mm-hmm.
You got yourself a linebacker with Patrick Queen last year in the first round. Now you get yourself a safety out of TCU. So unless the Saints about to get a linebacker, probably the next best thing is Asante Samuel Jr. So I'm not even going to anticipate this because I don't want to repeat what happened last year when I thought they was going to draft Jordan Love. So
quick question to you. Outside of Hollywood Brown, who do the Ravens have at wide receiver? I mean, I know they got the tight end Andrew, but
yeah. I think they need some help at receiver, to be honest with you. I mean, I can't name the second receiver, to be honest.
Sammy Watkins. They got Sammy Watkins too.
They got Sammy
Watkins. Sammy.
Yeah, they got Sammy Watkins now. Yeah.
So in my mock draft, I had them getting Kadarius Toney. So they still got Terrence Marshall out there too. So.
Yeah.
Sammy kind of passing his window. Prime. I mean, I know they drafted Devin Duvernay. What was it? Probably 2 years ago, but he hadn't really panned out.
I like him.
Yeah. Hey, if that's our uncle, if he wants to get on, I'll put the link down in the chat. If he can come on like via Facebook, via YouTube, he can be on the show. So I will put the link down there, and he can just click on the link and he can come on the show. But yeah, that's how you'll be able to do it. Man, they got some good players out there. They still got Rashod Bateman out there. They got Terrence Marshall. You still got some good receivers out there, man, that haven't got picked up just yet. So you still got Elijah Moore out there. Elijah Moore, who I feel like is about to fall until the second round, man. You're looking at what these other teams need. With the Saints at 28, you got who's at number 29 right after the Saints? Green Bay. You got Green Bay. So I mean, unless they're about to get Elijah Moore in Green Bay, I mean, it looks like he's about to fall out into the second round. So
Green Bay definitely needs some help on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and I got them picking Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. I could be wrong, but I know they need a defensive end. They need some horses on defense, and all they ever draft is offensive players. So.
You said from Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. Okay,
so the Ravens pick is in, man. So who that nation? We're one pick away, man. One pick away from the Saints draft pick.
Now I know you two guys big Saints fans. Is this a rebuild year or is this a patch and go year?
Man, it's never a rebuild year for the Saints.
I'm saying, do you start the rebuild this year since Drew is gone? I mean, because when y'all had Drew, it was consistency. Offense, you really didn't have to worry about it. There was consistency across the board. No Drew, y'all dealt with a lot of injuries and stuff. I mean, then you lost a lot of guys. Do you go ahead and start the rebuild phase this year, or do you wait until next year and see what the quarterbacks coming out potentially next year do?
It's not a rebuild year for me because here's the reality, Julius. Drew Brees been hurt 8 times over the last 2 years, and this team defensively, offensively has rose to the occasion. If I didn't see this without Drew Brees, then I'll be a little bit nervous, right? But the fact that we actually seen this team perform well and only lost 1 game without Drew Brees, I don't feel like I can't accept the fact that this is a rebuild year. This is a re-up year, okay? So this is like a lot of people getting upset right now, like, man, why the Saints didn't trade up? I love this. This was a smart decision by the New Orleans Saints because they understand that you have a bunch of players that you had to get rid of due to the cap. You don't want to aggressively move up. So you want to try to make sure that you get the best picks available at the places that you at without risking moving up and down and costing yourself draft picks next year. Now, a lot of people are saying, why did he move up? Think about this. What if Jameis Winston don't pan out? What if he doesn't turn out to be what we want him to be? Then if you trade up, then you probably lose your first round pick next year. You're picking in the second round. So that guy that can possibly be your next quarterback, who's probably going to come into the draft next year, you won't be able to get him. It's a very smart decision by the New Orleans Saints. I don't hate it at all. It's very intelligent. And I think any Saints player, if you look at the Saints over the last couple of years, they have done an outstanding job drafting picks. So even if you don't like the picks that they had, even though if you don't appreciate the picks, you probably yell out, who? When they do it, they still give really good draft picks. Okay, so they got my support, man. I don't care. I don't care.
So the Saints get Elijah Moore here because they don't have Emmanuel Sanders no more. Elijah Moore is kind of built similar to Emmanuel Sanders. Do they get Elijah Moore here? Y'all think? Man,
bro, you get Rashod Bateman. You get Rashod Bateman. You get Rashod Bateman if he's there. If you want a wide receiver, you get Rashod freaking Bateman. But I don't know. He might go to. They showing him, so he might go to the Ravens. I don't know.
But isn't Bateman more of a go route guy? Isn't he more just a type of just go?
Ooh, Bateman?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I'm only asking because I haven't seen much footage on him. That's why I was asking.
He's a baller though out there in Minnesota. I say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota had like a resurgence. I want to say, not this past year, but last year. I mean, he was all over the place, and he was doing it against some high level people too, like Ohio State, Penn State.
So Bateman to the Ravens.
Right.
So Bateman to the Ravens. So this is interesting. Do the Saints go offense, or do they going to get that cornerback?
Man, the boys getting a cornerback. Santé Samuel Jr. or the safety out of TCU. I don't want to hear nothing else. Nothing else.
I kind of think the Saints. I kind of think they're gonna surprise, to be honest with you.
And you know what, Tim? It was kind of interesting. You said it's a re-up year, and the point that you made, I just had to touch on about. You said when Drew was out, y'all only really lost one game without him.
Right.
But I mean, you look at the people that y'all lost this year on the defense. Like that's an impact. So, do you think y'all have done enough to re-up, or do you think maybe it was just time to go on to semi-pull the trigger on the? I ain't saying just blow it up and do a full rebuild,
right?
But semi-pull the trigger and do a quick rebuild to try to.
Well,
I mean, I know y'all cash strapped, so you couldn't spend in free agency like y'all wanted to.
But here's the thing, dude. Like, you don't know what you have to re-up. Like, we don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know what they're going to have to do yet. We do not know. We do not know just yet. So I say we have to reserve our judgment until we actually see what this team looks like. So yeah. I can't make that. I can't make that judgment, man, because I feel like I'll be jumping the gun, if you will. So until I actually see these guys like stinking it up, it'd be hard for me to make that decision. But Who That Nation, the New Orleans Saints pick is in. It is in, folks. What y'all think the Saints gonna do? Offensive lineman.
Elijah, I think y'all going Elijah Moore.
I mean, Elijah Moore does make sense in my eyes. A cornerback does make sense in my eyes. I think that's a hole that we probably need to fill, whether we fill it in this round or in the late round, because they got some value for different positions in this draft, not just for the first round. So wouldn't surprise me. You got Elijah Moore and moved down to get maybe a cornerback, or just took one here. I mean, either one, I'm not mad at either decision that they make. So,
well, honestly, I'm surprised that something Samuel slid this far.
Not me. That didn't surprise me at all, man.
I mean,
I said he was going to be something like a second-round pick.
Florida State stunk it up, but that dude was solid. He was solid the whole time. I mean, they was giving up points, but he held down his side of the field. He was still solid. He was very consistent in his gameplay. Nothing really changed. But I mean, I just would have thought he would have went a little sooner. I mean, I'd have been very happy to have my Raiders took him, but we know how that go.
Right. All I know is this.
I wasn't excited for our pick because I knew it was going to be something dumb. So, I mean, I was already prepared for the letdown.
So what I'm doing right now, because I don't want no surprises for the moment. I just want natural reaction. So I'm going to remove the comments for this time. So I want to make sure nobody, because some people televisions are ahead.
Yeah.
So I want to see.
Mine ain't ahead.
Right.
Mine like 30 minutes behind sometimes. So.
All I know is these boys need a corner linebacker like you need food and water. Okay? It is what it is. All right.
So E, I got a question for you, man. Because I'm looking at some of the best players available right now that's left. I'm seeing a lot of defensive ends. Out of those remaining D ends, and I know most of them gonna go in day two. They're gonna go quick in the second round. Who do you like the most out of these D ends that's still remaining right now?
Perkins good. I mean, if you like his size, with like 6'3", maybe 230 pounds. If you like a dude kind of like Beasley for Atlanta, kind of built like him, don't really play like him. I mean, he's a beast. I think if you want somebody bigger than that, you would probably go with this Jaycee Horn, the dude from Penn State. A lot of he kind of did well at the combine. This is the guy that ran the 4.4. He's a defensive end, so a lot of people fall in love with the 40 times and all that. So I think those two, Coles Basham, he's another one dude from out of Wake Forest. So he's another one that I mean, if you want somebody with speed from the edge, those three would probably be your best bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hey, man, right now we have a draft record. We have 257 people watching this right now live. What I need y'all to do right now, if you're new to the channel, go ahead and hit that subscription button. And if you're liking what you see so far, you like the show, you like the draft reaction, go ahead and give this show a thumbs up, man. Please show us how much you enjoy the State of the Saints podcast. Subscribe, like, share, comment. We love it. We embrace it, okay? But the Saints pick is in. We all know the New Orleans Saints are moving on now without Drew Brees. 80,000 yards, 571 touchdowns, 13-time Pro Bowler, surefire Hall of Famer. The New Orleans Saints moving forward with Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston. The pick is in right now. Let's just keep our fingers crossed with that next. Let's just keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, E, I know how Tim feel about this, but how do you feel about Jameis?
Hold on, wait a second. Before you answer that question, we got Roger Goodell out here. You know what I'm saying? Like hold on, wait a minute now.
Hey, hold that thought.
Hold the phone.
And I'm still seeing Saints fans in the audience, so my TV's stupid late. This person can't get out of the chair. That chair must be comfortable, boy.
Here we go. With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Turner?
the New Orleans Saints select Payton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Head scratcher. Do it.
Definitely. He wasn't even top 25 of the best players remaining, so
let me scroll my Rolodex here on the best players available. I do not see this dude anywhere on the sheet.
He was more of a day 2, probably round 3 guy. I mean,
interesting pick.
They must something stood out on the tape. I mean, what was it? I don't know, but something definitely stood out on the tape.
Bro, I didn't scroll down to the 70s, and I still don't see this dude yet. I'm so looking. I don't see this boy. They got Bobby Brown from Texas A&M. I still don't see this dude yet. I do not see him. That's crazy.
And a guy like Turner, but Turner's a defensive lineman. You can put in your rotation, and as Tom Brady's gotten back from Tampa Bay, you have a guy that can get after the passer.
I mean, do you get this dude to fill in for Sheldon Rankins? That's the only question that I have. But still, this guy was nowhere in the top 25 or the top 50 for that matter as far as best available. So, wow.
Yeah, that's yeah.
What in the hell are these boys doing?
He can bend and he can change direction.
What in the hell?
Tim,
bro.
Woosah.
What in the hell are you doing?
Hold on, did Mike Mayock draft for y'all? You seem like a Raiders movie.
I don't know. He probably did. Dude, I still don't see this dude nowhere.
Hold on real quick, fellas. Hey, look, check this out. What in the hell are these dudes doing? This is the second year in a row the New Orleans Saints have drafted a position that they did not need. Who? I'm trying to figure this out. Who in the hell is this? Once again, you need defensive backs. You need corners. You need somebody that can cover the Julios and the Calvin Ridleys and the Mike Evans and the Godwins. And yet you go out here and get a dude that you don't even need. You got Carl Granderson. You got Davenport. You got Jordan. You go out here and get a defensive end that you don't even need. What? Like, I just do not understand. I don't get it. Why every single year they got to do the same thing over and over again, getting these positions that you don't need. You had Asante Samuel Jr., who is a credible corner. You got the safety who can play corner out of TCU. You got Jabril Cox. You got Nick Bolton. But yet you get a defensive end. Why? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? What are you trying to prove, New Orleans? Bro, I just don't get it. Like, so y'all gonna roll with Patrick Robinson, or y'all gonna try to go into the second round and probably get another corner? Bro, nobody is checking for this dude. I'm pretty sure you probably could have got this dude in the second round. Why do New Orleans Saints constantly do this? Do they want people to?
I've been looking at the best available. I don't see this dude named nowhere.
I'm such a genius. I saw it coming before it came. I seen it. Y'all weren't looking for it, and we found it. Man, I don't give a damn. You need cornerback help. That's what you need. You need cornerback help. And yet again, this team with the Bulls, yet again, 2 years in a row. Bruh. I trust the organization. They gotta have to pick this dude for a reason. But damn, man, come on, bro. Are you
29th pick,
bro? Oh my god, bro. My goodness, my goodness, man.
Who did the Packers just get?
Eric Stokes, Georgia, cornerback. Nice cornerback.
He wasn't even the best cornerback at Georgia, though. I don't even see him in the top 25. He's not even top 25 cornerback for on the draft boards. He's best available at position. He's not top 25. You got two other corners from Georgia ahead of him.
Man, what the hell are the Saints doing, man? I'm sorry. Like, bro, what the hell are they doing? What the hell? What in the hell are they doing? Somebody please explain it to me.
Honestly, Cesar Ruiz last year, he was actually on the best available. Maybe they got him too high. This dude, bro, I don't know who the hell this is, bro. I don't know who.
Bro, I follow a lot of college football. I promise you. Dude name didn't come up on nobody list. Somebody simulate the first round right now. Somebody simulate the first round. I guarantee you, no scenario will you see Payton come across there. Did he like him because of his name? You know what I'm saying? Maybe they share that same interest. But what the hell is going on here? This dude is on nobody draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can simulate anybody draft, any draft around here, I guarantee you're not going to see his name fall in the draft. What in the hell are you doing?
I'm up to 100. I'm up to 108 best available. I don't see this dude name nowhere.
You not, man. You not. But
Roger, thank you very much for the $5, man. Look, bro, I'm on Fuego right now, bro. Like, I just don't get this. I don't get it. What the hell are we doing? I don't like. Somebody please explain this to me. Like, please, like you, bro. Do they just intentionally try to tick off the fan base? This makes no sense.
Take your breather, man. Take your breather.
This makes no sense.
Just take your breather, man.
Bro.
Why receive? I would have understood.
We gonna give you a moment to calm down. I got a question.
Linebacker, I would have understood. Cornerback, safety, defensive end.
I ain't even hear what they said about the Saints pick. I I ain't know what they said about him or whatever.
It wasn't a lot to be said.
Bro,
It wasn't a lot. But I'm gonna ask you this: we said Buffalo need a running back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you think about Javonte Williams from North Carolina?
bro.
Yeah, Javonte Williams, he's somebody that scored a lot of touchdowns at North Carolina. Think about it, though. He kind of built just like Devin Singletary, though. So I don't know. Would you rather get somebody just split an image of Devin Singletary? I mean, he's a little bigger, 200 pounds.
Okay. So would you go with his counterpart, Michael Carter, or would you kind of reach a little bit and go for Chuba Hubbard?
Chuba Hubbard, yeah. Now Chuba Hubbard, he's a track star, so maybe that might be a pick. He's in the best available. I think Javonte Williams is higher though, but I guess
Javonte is the number one running back right now.
But I know Chuba Hubbard, he's a track star though. I mean, he was burning the year after last. Oh yeah,
at 6 foot, 210 pounds, that boy can roll. He can move.
Yep. So he got track. He's a track athlete from Canada. So that might be a good pick for them. They probably go be safe and get Javonte Williams doing it right here though, or Terrence Marshall. That's something else for them too.
Yeah,
maybe they want another wide receiver.
Bro, I was just thinking that because they could benefit from another wide receiver. Because didn't they let John Brown go?
I think so. I think they did. So now you got Diggs. I think they still got Cole Beasley. I think.
Yeah, Measly Beasley, but he can't stretch the field. That's just an inside slot guy, man. He ain't stretching no field.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this.
Catch that ball.
Bro, I'm looking at this dude's stats right now. I mean, I'm not looking at his stats, but his upside. Payton Turner come out of Houston, Texas, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only Saints fan that's doing this right now. I'm pretty sure he probably trending worldwide,
trending all over New Orleans.
Like, who the hell is this? Payton Turner. And like I say, man, it has absolutely nothing to do with him personally. I'm just like, you don't need this dude. And then, secondly, who in the hell is this? Like, seriously. Like, I don't understand this, bro. Like, the Saints do this every single year. Like, they always draft somebody you never heard of. Like, you have to basically open up the yellow pages to find this cat in the middle of the book. What the hell are you doing, man? Like, bro, you trying to rebuild
all
the
I
team
know,
here.
All I know, Wikipedia on their job. They already got that boy NFL draft stats. All that stuff on them.
Bro.
They on their job.
This man was second team all AAC. This man wasn't even first team.
You know what, I just thought about it. Buffalo could go with another linebacker.
They could.
Outside
DN
of
or something like that.
Outside
bro,
of
y'all
Edmonds,
talk for a minute, man.
outside of Edmonds and Milano, you know, they really don't have another linebacker. I mean, Milano, he's good for the run. Edmonds, he's versatile. But they could use a third linebacker to kind of help on that outside. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, get a linebacker.
Or they could go.
Yeah, they could go running back.
Yeah, they got older
DN too. Running back, linebacker. You know, you got Ed Alvo in the middle. Get you a DN to go with him.
And that's what they did. They went DN. They got Gregory from Miami. He was a beast. I hated.
He had double-digit sacks last year. He was real good.
Yeah. No, he sat last year. That was the year before.
A year before last. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, had he played this year, that's why I was saying him and Phillips would have that would have gave us one of the best D lines in college football had he played, but he opted out.
Yeah.
But the year before, he did have double-digit sacks. The dude was a sack machine. He's a pass rush. He's just a pure pass rush.
Yep.
I haven't heard of the AAC since I went to Dillon University. Like nobody like come second team. You're not even first team.
To be honest, Tim, y'all could have got that guy 7th round or after the draft.
3rd round, 4th round, 5th round. I don't think nobody would take it for no Payton Turner.
They could have got him outside, unsigned free agent out of the draft. You know, they could have got him.
Been undrafted. Yeah. You sure right.
He could have been a steal just like that. But I like this pick right here by Buffalo because he's versatile. He can play the edge, and if you want to edge, if they running like an edge 3-4 defense, he can play a little stand up linebacker and rush off that edge.
But it's supposed to show you
bat some balls down or whatever at 6'6". Imagine how his wingspan has to be that tall.
Yeah, and he's not like he's not very big. He's a slim 6'6".
Man, I'm just.
I know, Tim. It's all good, man.
I don't understand.
Tim,
I don't understand. What the hell are they
during the draft? Our teams disappoint during the draft, man.
Man, this is
one of them things, man.
Bro, this is embarrassing. This is like.
I mean,
bro, what are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? Like, bro.
I think this pick was more mind confusing than the Cesar Ruiz trade. A lot of people probably didn't know who Cesar Ruiz was, but I think it panned out. This trade, I watch football. I don't know what the hell this dude is.
Caesar's gonna pan out for a long run.
Yeah, Caesar. He came there and he told some stuff up or whatever. This dude, I watch football. I don't know who this dude is,
bro. I never heard.
And I watched the AAC. I think it's a good conference, but still, I still don't know.
I've never heard of this dude a day in my life, bro. All this talent still available in the draft, and y'all up here getting a dude that nobody ever heard of, never seen. Second team. This is equivalent to me when the Raiders drafted Darius Haywood-Bay. Like that.
Oh my God!
Hey,
why you had to bring up that?
No, I'm sorry. Hey,
why you had to bring that? Tim, stay with your team. Don't drag up the dead, man. Leave it alone.
Bro, I'm just being honest, man. I'm just being honest.
I mean, Haywood-Bay was
since he was 7 years old.
He was just speed training.
I'm really trying to look up. I'm really trying to look up this cat, man.
It's brief. I can tell you that. I just got off Wikipedia. It's real brief.
He talk him down, man. Talk him down. He upset.
I mean, it's understandable that he is. Like I said, it's one thing if he would be on the best available, maybe around the 30s or the 40s. I'm like, all right, okay.
They got this man projected as a mid-second round pick. Mid-second round. So that means he could easily slip into the third. Easy.
Third or fourth round, because there was still a lot of good players ahead of him.
Man,
he could easily slid to the fourth round.
Congratulations.
But like I said, maybe something jumped out on the tape to them that nobody else paid attention to.
Bro, this is just an arrogant pick right here. This is like we know more than y'all type pick. Y'all didn't even need to do. Like, regardless.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
didn't.
Like, bro.
That wasn't a position of need. I mean, I could, like you said, we could have seen going wide receiver, linebacker, but definitely corner.
They got this dude in 3 different forms, man. They got this in Marcus Davenport. You just signed Tino Passanio out of Kansas City. They basically cut from the same cloth. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what are you doing? Unless we have seen the last of Cam Jordan. That's the only logical explanation for this. Are you thinking about moving Cam? Are you thinking about moving Cam Jordan?
I mean, honestly, y'all don't. Rushing is not a big issue in y'all division. Outside of Christian McCaffrey, I mean, there are no true threats at running back. But I mean, you got Tampa Bay loaded. Good. Got one over there. Mike Evans. They brought back Antonio Brown. They still got the 2 tight ends over there, Brake, Grunt. And
this is the kind of stuff you go to Jay Howard. This is the kind of stuff you just wrap up all your equipment, roll it up, you know what I'm saying, and go to sleep. King Arthur, thank you very much for the $5. Says, man, I'm going to bed. Saints throws the F off. That pick you claim cornerback is such an important focus. They draft a second team.
Your boy's gonna be sick if that dude come out there and have like 11 sacks next year.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it from right now. Like I said, this has absolutely nothing to do with this dude as a player. Nothing. All I'm saying is I'm looking at his draft position. I'm looking at him being a second teamer. I'm looking at what they saying that he could have been. I'm looking at the way the draft is going. You could have easily got this dude in the second round. I would like if you get him in the second round, cool. First round, you need a cornerback, dude.
I wouldn't even have went there for and looked at all of that, Tim. I'm not a Saints fan, and I'll tell you that was just
and he boy high.
That was not a position of need. That's just like last year again with the Cowboys. You drafted a wide receiver knowing damn well you needed secondary help in the worst way possible. What happened? Your secondary continuously got torched. But no, we got CD Lamb. Who gives a crap about your offense if you can't stop the other team from scoring?
Man, this man.
Who gives a damn about a D lineman when you got hella wide receivers in your division?
Man,
that D lineman can't stop Mike Evans from getting out. He can't stop Godwin from coming across the slot. He can't stop Robert Anderson from burning somebody. I mean, Julio, Ridley. Then the guy Hayden Hurst at tight end. Then they just went and drafted another receiver. A D lineman can't stop none of them guys. So it's like, okay, are we committing to actually stopping the pass, or what are we doing? Like, what are y'all doing? That's the question.
It's funny they just showed.
I feel the same way when we drafted that damn lineman, because that dude, we could have got him in the second or third round. That Leatherwood, we could have got him second or third round because he wasn't the top priority.
Yeah. He was rated as a second round pick, mid to late.
Yeah, exactly. Which don't make sense. Now they comparing him to Preston Smith. You know what I'm saying? Like, but my goodness, man. My goodness. My freaking goodness.
You know how long it took Preston Smith to break out?
Exactly. Bro, let's go to the comments here, man. Let's see what other people got to say. Trading for a defensive end from Kansas City, just picked up Davenport, fifth-year option. Carl Granderson, Cam Jordan, Noah Spence, and burned a first-round pick on the 50th best defensive end in the draft.
2021 NFL draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Jaycee Horn.
Jaycee Horn. They just got Jaycee Horn dude from Penn State.
So
he earned this money he earned this money at the combine when he ran that 4.4. That's where he earned this money.
Oh, you mean a player that the Saints could have possibly got to help Mario Davis? I mean, I digress. Glenn says unknown and stays injured. Saints are stupid. Need corner, linebacker, slot receiver. Saints need a new voice in the room because these morons have lost their mind. Another Davenport signaling. And if you're gonna get a guy like that, if you're gonna get a guy like Davenport, if you're gonna get a guy like Marcus Davenport, why waste your time on getting a guy like Tano Passanio? Why? And you got three of the same type guys that's hybrid type defensive ends. Man, it's gonna make no sense, bro. None. No sense. None at all. I don't know what the hell going on. I don't know why. I don't know why this is going on. TJ, you ain't gonna find anything. I already tried it. Man.
The deal Hunter from LSU, when the Minnesota Vikings took him, he had 1.5 sacks.
They say he will play linebacker.
So Tim, let me ask you this for
man, I don't know, man.
They two pick. I just got a question for you. We know where Jacksonville went with the first pick. They went and got Travis. Trevor Lawrence. Do you see them going to get an Etienne to bring in and help the load with Trevor?
They drafted Travis Etienne. They got him already.
They did get him already.
Yeah, they got him already.
Okay, I missed it. That's when I stepped away for a second. Okay, so I missed it. Okay, so who do you think going out the board first, second round then?
Asante Samuel Jr.
You think so?
I say they go. Yeah, I say they go cornerback or wide receiver with Jacksonville Jaguars. Like,
if he don't go to the Buccaneers tonight.
So you think it's Samuel Jr. and pair him with C.J. Henderson in the backfield?
Yep. Sounds pretty good to me.
That's a feisty backfield right there.
Shouts out to the Saints for letting the crackhead make a first-round pick for us. Thank you for the $5 Goldface, brother.
The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select
Joe Tryon. Why would they go linebacker?
Dude for Washington.
They didn't need linebacker though, unless they prepare for the future after Levante David.
I mean, I guess they needed a third one to go with Devontae David and Devin White. Yeah, look, this dude a big dude though. Look at it, dude, 6'5", 252.
But
they must plan on running some 3-4 or something like that.
Man,
don't they have Quan Alexander? Did they get Quan Alexander?
Who, the Saints?
I don't know.
Is Quan with the Saints or is Quan with Tampa Bay?
Nah, he was with the Saints. He ain't with nobody right now.
Okay. Well,
he's still with the Saints. He's still with the Saints technically. I don't think they released him yet, did they? I don't think the Saints released him.
I thought they did release that boy.
Okay, well, maybe they did. Yeah, maybe they. I don't know, man. I'm discombobulated right now, man. That pick threw me the hell off. I'm not gonna lie about that. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody just said that the dude is a pass rushing linebacker. Look, man, I ain't got no time to play around with the BS. Give me a linebacker or give me a defensive end. I don't need nobody that I need to teach how to be a linebacker. I don't need nobody I need to teach how to be a defensive end. This guy played defensive end the majority of his college career. I don't need that. You could have easily got somebody like a Nick Bolton. You could have easily got the guy out of Notre Dame that just got drafted. You could have held. You could have easily just got the dude out of Washington that Tampa just drafted. You would have had yourself a surefire linebacker you know what can do. Now you're teaching a guy that can put his hand on the ground. You're trying to teach him how to be a linebacker. It's the same damn thing they did with Zach Bond. Zach Bond was a linebacker who put his hand on the ground. They trying to teach this man how to stand up. Now they trying to teach a guy who hand on the ground, trying to teach him how to stand up. Give me a damn linebacker that know how to tackle, that know how to cover coming into the league. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, man. I'm sick and I'm tired of it. Look, I don't need no diamond in the rough. Sometimes let's just make it simple. You know what I'm saying? Let's use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep it simple. Like, I really don't understand it, man. Why we gotta find reasons? Fellas, why we gotta always find reasons? Well, the Saints did this because they figured out. Nah, bro, this was stupid. You could have easily got this guy in the second round. If you got this guy in the second round, maybe I wouldn't be so upset. You need a corner and a linebacker. How long do you think Mario Davis is going to play? The man like 31, 32 years old. You don't know if you're going to be able to sign Quan Alexander. And even if you do, he's coming off an Achilles injury.
Y'all released Quan. He went on injury reserve in December, and then y'all released him in March.
Yeah.
So he's a free agent. But he pretty much out almost the whole season with his torn Achilles.
Yeah, he hurt. Yeah, he hurt. Yeah.
Tyrone, thank you very much for the $5. But I'm looking at it like if they sign him, you know what I'm saying? If he can't find anybody and the Saints sign him back for a lower price, you still don't know what this dude gonna be able to do. Man, I just don't understand it. Like maybe somebody can help me. So maybe somebody can help me. The NFL draft is in the book, folks. It's over with. It's over and done with. What the hell is these guys thinking, bro? Why do they gotta make things so complicated, man? Why they just can't just pick somebody? Like they always gotta find projects, bro. Like they always gotta find a project. Every dude gotta do a project. Well, if you put him in this position right here, you getting murders to beat. No, man. All these projects. I don't see these damn projects at the science fair. Give me a dude that can play linebacker right away. Give me a guy that can cover right away. I'm tired of these projects.
Hey Tim,
What up, man?
you think they could have drafted old Chauncey Studebaker?
Bruh, give me down Chauncey Studebaker. At least I know Chauncey Studebaker gonna be able to tackle. You know what I'm saying? At least I know he's all world. This dude right here, what the hell this dude is? Bro, I'm looking this man up. I had to go through the trees. I had to talk to a sorcerer. I had to climb Mount Everest to find some information on this damn dude. Who the hell is he?
I had to climb trees. No, I'm
telling you, man, I had to talk to a great sorcerer, and he told me to close my eyes and concentrate for me to find a profile on this dude that said that he was first round pick. This is an embarrassment, man. This is ridiculous. And like I said, the dude might end up being good. But why do we have to constantly always get these projects, bro? Every other team, a dude good, they draft him. They ain't trying to find no ways they can fit him into the organization. They ain't trying to find ways where they can put a square peg into a round hole. They like, man, we can really do something with this.
The New York Jets to take multiple quarterbacks with the top 3 pick of the 15.
Man, these boys on some garage sale stuff. You know, you go to a garage sale.
Nick Saban coach program. That is the most.
You know, you go to a garage sale and you're like, man, I can do something with this. I can take this right here and I can put this together. Like, man, stop with all this stuff, man. What are we doing?
At the end of the day, you kind of want to just get the right.
What are we doing, man? My goodness, man. Ooh, bro.
Happy that happened, but
It's been an eventful night. I sure as hell to have the Saints picking this dude on my mock draft.
Nobody did. Nobody did. That man, he on nobody board. That's the bad thing about it. He was on nobody's draft board, but yet still you burn a first round pick on somebody who was nowhere near on anyone's board. He was going to be available in the 4th round.
And look at the comment.
That boy's gonna be available in the 7th round somewhere.
Look at the comment about Caleb said they always gotta be Captain Saber.
I don't think that boy was on his mama board at the house.
Bro,
nope.
Bro, I don't even think this man thought. This man phone rug and said, "It's for me." You know what I'm saying?
That's probably that Philip Walker. Though. That can't be nobody from the draft.
504. Man, come on, man.
You still owe money to Cox Cable?
Call me tomorrow. I might be able to pay it. I'm gonna get drafted. John Doe says, "I'm not effing with the Saints on Madden 22. Defense gonna be trash."
And he's going to be upgraded in the long term for the Bears.
That man already thinking about Madden 22. Lord have mercy. Oh man.
Y'all gonna be tripping if that boy got an 80 on there after having a strong season.
80. He ain't gonna start with no 80. I can tell you that. I can tell you he'll start with 80. I can tell you that right now. Saints have been allergic to a good draft pick since 2017. I believe it. Devon Anthony, Garrett Grayson, and all this dude. Who's next? I swear, man. That's an element of surprise for all of us Saints fans. To say the least, Joshua. To say the least. Fainero Johnson. Why we never draft LSU players? Good question. Don't know. Mr. T says, "What up with Casey Hayward?"
Out of the college ranks, and he only had 17 starts. So
it wasn't any Kamaras at this house. He didn't think he would have got drafted, man.
That man wasn't expecting to go in the first round. He knew his draft stock. He knew his position. He knew where he was going ahead of time. But to get that
man was about to go to that man was about to go to sleep somewhere. That's where he's about to go.
That man probably gonna go outside and light him up, want to roll one something. You know, he wasn't expecting that phone call.
And he wasn't expecting no phone call about Saturday, bro.
it's a blessing for him and his family, but at the same time, when you look at it from a football standpoint, as far as building,
Bro,
that
I'm just
wasn't what
wondering.
your team. That wasn't what your team needed. Like that's not what you needed for the future. For now, it wasn't what y'all needed. Like I
Bro,
get it. Your
Dude, not
secondary, y'all secondary is suffering. I mean, hell, like I could compare y'all secondary to the Raiders because it's terrible.
Bro,
I
think
mean,
the
y'all
Raiders
do have some
secondary
young
better.
pieces, but shit, I mean, for real.
think about it. This guy,
dang.
he's not going to start. So why would you draft him in the first round? You can get somebody. You can get defensive end depth, and you can get defensive end depth Friday or Saturday in the third, fourth, fifth round or something like that. You did not have to take somebody who won't start in the first round. Why would you do that? That's crazy.
That man would be like to even sub in here and there. He might see more time on special teams on kickoff and punt return than anything.
The league MVP, Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, that was just a bad move.
Man, I don't understand it, bro.
I kind of think they're gonna move him to the middle. To be honest with you, that's what I'm thinking. I don't see any plan there.
And just like with my team, we drafted an offensive lineman that could have went winning day two, second or third round. We got a glaring hole. I understand you got Hope and Trayvon Mullins and Isaiah Simmons. They not proven. Go get Asante Samuel Jr. Yeah, you could at least get his daddy to chime in every now and then or something.
Yeah.
I mean, man, the man daddy was a champ. I mean, he was a ball hawk. He was a lockdown corner for years. He left New England and went to Philly locking down people. I mean, damn.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand this pick. I just don't. Like, you need
I want to know
cornerback.
I want to know what goes through these GMs' minds before they send these picks in. Like when they did the movie Draft Day, that was a great insight to see where some people's minds are. But some of these teams, it's like they just keep repeating history with bad picks. Then they look up and have 1 or 2 good years through free agency. But when you draft and try to develop, it's bad pick after bad pick after bad pick, and it's like, damn, enough is enough.
Man, I don't know. Like honestly, Joe, I don't know if it's a bad pick or not. I'm just saying they didn't need him. I don't know where you going.
That's the only reason I say it's a bad pick because it wasn't a position of need.
Exactly.
I mean, they went completely opposite. They went completely opposite of the position of need, and y'all most glaring position of need had several of the best players still available right there. So when it comes to y'all pick on night 2, unless they planning on trying to move up tomorrow, I mean, those guys that you called out, they're not gonna be there. When it's y'all time to pick, they're not gonna be there.
Bro, I don't understand it. They're not going to be there, man. I promise you, man. I promise to you, there's not a single person in this chat that's in these comments right now. Take your pick. And probably would have thought in their wildest dreams that the New Orleans Saints would have picked the defensive end. If you said this, you're lying. You're a liar. You did not think that the Saints were going to get that was the furthest thing from everybody's mind on here. Like
linebacker, cornerback, or wide receiver. That's what I have.
If them boys went on here and said we about to pick a punter, I would have understood because Thomas Morris there ain't there. This made no sense at all. None. Not a lick. Not a single grain. Not a single iota of sense. At all. Okay, at all.
Payton Turner. Wow.
Bro, this just, man, bro, I don't know, man. Like, I wish the brother success and all that other stuff, man, no doubt about it. But, excuse me, but goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
Hey.
Damn, boy.
And like you said, that safety from TCU, dude was a beast. Why is he still sitting out there?
Payton, that's an understatement. ESPN said you got it. Did I get it wrong? I would look. Not only did I get it wrong, I wasn't even on the same planet.
Ain't nobody.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that, man.
We was in a different country.
Sorry about the club head music that was over there.
Feel like I was in Germany somewhere at a club or something.
But anyway, man, you got some stats. Man, I'm about to pull it back up again, man, with no audio, so we can talk about some of the things that we actually seen. But
I'm interested in what Cam Jordan got to think about this pick.
Yeah, this dude, he's built just like Cam Jordan, though. That's the thing.
I mean, I'm baffled. I mean, even with the Packers pick threw me off. You had way better cornerback options, but yet you went for the third or fourth best option on a terrible Georgia Bulldogs team. Like, why?
I don't know.
That made zero sense. Like, there was a lot of questionable picks that just.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
think they probably needed. They needed a cornerback, but I think they needed somebody that could get the quarterback, though. That's what I'm thinking.
Are they looking to use him more in blitz packages? Like, does he? I know he's a good corner, but are they looking to use him as someone to put in blitz packages sometimes, or what? Like, I don't know if he's. I mean, that was a questionable pick. That's a team. Green Bay should have went linebacker, to be honest, because.
Yeah,
that's what they're lacking. They're lacking linebacker because who they have just Preston at the outside, and that's it. Mm-hmm. And they play Preston as an edge rusher with Zadarius. So
they need to focus on some defense.
I mean, this is gonna make for an interesting season.
What a night.
I know Tim over there getting some stuff together.
I'm just trying to figure it out, man. I'm trying to figure out who this dude actually is.
I'm looking at a few guys that's left for going to the Washington football team. You know, they still got a need at quarterback. I'm looking at David Mills at Stanford. Got Kyle Trask available. Kellen Miles, Jamie Newman, Ian Book from Notre Dame. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Book was more of a dual threat quarterback. Out of those guys, even Sam Ellinger from Texas, like out of those guys, which direction you think you see them going?
I mean, Kyle Trask or no, you're talking about Washington. Or what do you see? Where are you going as far as like the quarterback?
I would go with Jamie Newman.
I mean, Kyle Trask or David. Yeah, Davis Mills might be an option too. A lot of people I know they say they like him at Stanford. So I mean, do you have somebody in place that can teach him the things he needs to do to be a good quarterback? Though, because Washington is a defensive team or whatever it seems like. So, what kind of offense you gonna run? Are you willing to teach a quarterback, or do you want him to sit for his first year? Who are you gonna learn from? So
I mean,
that's another thing. bring him in to compete with somebody or what?
Yeah. I mean, like, I know, a lot of people thought Rivera, when he got to Washington, that he would have brought Cam Newton over. Cam know his system, know how to run it, but he didn't do that. So you lose Alex Smith because he went on and just retired. You cut Dwayne Haskins. He never really got a fair shake to even show anything. Which, in my opinion, he never should have came out of college when he did. But hey, I digress from that. But Taylor Heineke and Ron Fitzpatrick, like Fitzpatrick. That man has damn near played on every team in the league. I know he done played on at least half the team.
That man got every jersey in the league almost. Swag Out Entertainment says everybody disliking the pick, watch the kid become a star. This has absolutely nothing to do with it. It still don't make no sense, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I don't care if he becomes a star or not. You got bigger fish to fry. You just do. You have positions of need. This dude, to me, this dude was a luxury almost. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't need this dude. Like, what he becomes is irrelevant here. What I'm saying is, you didn't need him. You didn't need the guy. You could have went corner. You could have went linebacker. Could have went receiver. You did not. You chose not to do it. Instead, you go out here and get something that you already need. This is the second year in a row that the New Orleans Saints have selected at a position that was probably the best position on their team. The offensive line last year with Cesar Ruiz was the offensive line, one of the best parts of the team. And the defensive line, you can make an argument if you're looking at this team defense as a whole, the defensive line is the best part of the team right now. What the hell are you doing? That's all I'm saying. It had absolutely nothing to do with the kid. As far as him being a good player or not, that remains to be seen. What I'm saying is it just didn't make no damn sense. I thank you very much for the $5. Says, who that nation? Are y'all listening? We don't like the pick because it wasn't a position of need. We need corner, linebacker, and a wide receiver. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying, folks. Man, don't go ahead and wrap this thing up, man. I mean, bro. What a hell of a night. Started off on a high note. Trevor Lawrence going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We seen Trey Lance go to the 49ers. Mac Jones go to the New England Patriots. We seen Caleb Farley went to the Tennessee Titans. Greg Newsome even got drafted a little bit before. But great thing right now. Oh my goodness, man. The Saints drafting Payton Turner, man. Final thoughts, man, before we get the hell up out of here. I need to go to sleep. I look really tired. Maybe take a shot before I go to sleep.
I got a quick question for you, Tim.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
And this is just reaching and looking ahead to next year. Jameis doesn't pan out for the Saints. Do you think y'all make a move and try to get somebody like Spencer Rattler, who's coming out of the college next year?
Bro,
would you want to see somebody like Spencer? Would you want to see a Spencer Rattler or possibly De'Aaron King from Miami? I mean, it's not a lot of a big quarterback class next year, but I'm just kind of curious as to what direction you would want to see the team go as far as quarterback goes. More like a pocket passer or somebody mobile.
No, I was thinking about them getting Lamont Harrison. Lamont Harrison. That's what I was thinking about them getting. You probably ask yourself, who the hell is Lamont Harrison? Me too. Because I'm pretty sure that's who they probably go draft next year. Somebody that we never even heard of, somebody that we never even seen. Lamont Harrison, wherever you are right now, you're probably sitting on your couch, probably have football aspirations, probably wake up one morning and say, man, I can do this. You probably call up an old coach that used to train you. He probably be like, nah, I want to train you. But then you probably go to his house a couple more times and he starts to fall in love with training you again and you turn into a prospect. Maybe they get somebody like the dude that was the long shot on Madden, that probably was on Madden 20. Whoever. I don't know who the hell they're going to get. I'm going to say Lamont freaking Harrison. Lamont Harrison, wherever you are, Get that coach ready. Get yourself motivated. Get yourself in shape. I got a treadmill that I just got that just was delivered to my house. I got to put together. You can use that because I'm pretty sure the Saints are going to draft you wherever the hell you are right now. Lamont Harrison will become a member of the Saints. That's who's going to be the next Saints quarterback. Ain't going to be no Spencer Rattler. Ain't going to be no other top-tier quarterback. It's going to be Lamont freaking Harrison. I don't know who the hell he is. I probably passed him in the street. I probably saw him a couple times. They probably said, you don't remember that dude? But I promise you, it's going to be somebody that we never heard of from a school that we ain't checking for. And it's going to be somebody that you have to find with a pair of binoculars and a treasure map. Lamont freaking Harrison will be the next draft pick for the New Orleans Saints. That's my pick. Lamont freaking Harrison.
Tim, I got a shot of Jack for you, man. So you can get some rest tonight.
Yes.
You don't need a shot, so you can get some sleep, man.
I need it.
You amped up right now. I done seen you when you get amped. That boy don't sleep. You pace that floor.
Man, all I'm saying is this, man. All I'm saying is this. Lamont Harrison, wherever you are right now, man. I just want you to get ready, man, because you're going to get drafted. I mean, it might be a shock to you, man. You might
have people trying to look for this dude on Wikipedia, thinking he's a real football player.
Bro, Lamont
Harrison.
Lamont Harrison, wherever you are right now, you're probably cutting your grass. You're probably watching television right now. I don't know. You might be sitting in your mama bedroom talking to her, saying, "Mama, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life." But Mama, trust me when I say this. The Saints are going to find you wherever you are, and they're going to scout you. You might be at a high school park somewhere. You might be teaching some kid how to do a release. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all might be able to get Andrew Luck to come out of retirement.
Bro, look, Lamont Harrison, wherever you are right now, just be prepared, my friend. You're probably 30 pounds overweight right now. Get yourself in the gym. Get that old coach that you love so much to get you back in shape. The Saints are coming for you, my friend. I guarantee you. Lamont Harrison will be the pick of the New Orleans Saints next season. But this has been the State of the Saints podcast. Thank you all very much for checking out the live draft reaction show. State of the Saints podcast brought to you by Manscaped.com. Manscaped.com, your official sponsor. And it's the #1 leader for all of men's grooming needs, okay? Use the promo code State of Saints, save 20% off of your purchase. And, man, take a shot of Jack tonight if you're a drinker. If you're not, try not to cry on your pillow. And if it gets wet, turn it to the other side. You know what I'm saying? But New Orleans Saints, yet again, doing some very uncanny stuff. You know, having us scratching our heads wondering what the hell is going on.
Yeah. And we were talking about the Falcons earlier.
Bro, thank you. I'm about to say that. I think they said the Falcons going Falcons. I guess we can all say the Saints are definitely going to Saints. But previous episodes available on iTunes, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Anchor FM. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you to all the people that joined, became members of the State of the Saints podcast.
Coming up.
Till next time, for myself, EJ Jones, host of the Pick Six Blog World podcast, available on Anchor. My best friend Julius Barksdale. All we got to say is, who that? And I mean that literally and figuratively.
I'm going to need you to answer that phone tomorrow when I call to do a wellness check.
Good night.